Well, then I'm rolling the intro. Mind you, we're already recording. How's everyone? I mean, just in general, not like now in particular. Like, how was the week? Trucking on. Amazing. Choo choo, motherfucker. Well, Matt is not rolling. Lena is not rolling. So, I mean, do you even know? I mean, you jinxed it. You jinxed it. Chris, roll it just in case it's a net one or something. Nah. Anyway, um, Abel, recap time. No, you didn't. Amazing. The non-ginger one. Yeah, the outside was the non-ginger one. The ginger one is was inside. Yeah. Transcender manner, yeah. Transcender manner. How did that go, Apple? Wow. Wow. Okay. No. They found the old interesting relating. Let me correct you so you can adjust your. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The fun. Wow. I think it's Matt. What the fuck? No, he actually stepped away to the door. So yeah, it was. The tapping might be me. Okay. At midnight, yeah. Well, probably Garael. Yeah, yeah. I'm like very close to actually naming her. Yeah. Town hall. It's called a town hall. We were before the hillside, which was basically we just left off with the sister telling you that to come back later because she's teaching the kids. So I want to add here a little bit because I was talking to Matt in the meantime. So Kit did see something in the forest. Nobody knows what she did see, but that was the cause why she ran away. And I think that's it. I shall put us. That's the washing machine. Yeah, hurry. Um, so yeah, I will start the music in the meantime. I fixed the music, you guys. It is actually peaceful now. I have like but I mean, to be fair, the rustic music is a bit more fitting right now. So let's hear the rustic environment. But I have like emotional, I have other mood, but it's the wrong daytime because it was after midnight last remember, and we were sitting comfortably on the wagon, and we kind of vaguely remember that you had a reason to jump off and run into the forest, but you didn't know why. And now that you're standing there, blinking to yourself, not wearing any clothing whatsoever, except for a weird object slung around your shoulders, which looks like a float on a ladder. But the wagon is gone, the friends are gone. You're at the edge, the tribal trail towards Phandelver. You kind of recognize this house from but you're alone. Again, no clothing. You still have your booties. And so you don't have to put your paws on. But it's also early morning sunshine, and it's no longer raining. And you smell of that smell that you tried to find all your life. It's clinging to you. Yeah, okay. You open it up with some difficulty because it seems to be quite sealed. And you kind of claw at it and you kind of manage to like finally to like squeeze like a claw into the lid. And it releases a and inside of this roll that looks made of vellum, so animal skin, quite thick, heavy, looks brand new. Take it out. Wow, as you unroll it, it stays. Basically as you read it, it's all linked. It's something that you usually have to remember. So you kind of have to like reread it a few times to fully grasp what it says. But in summary, it is a deed that grants the holder of it the ownership of Tresender Manor in Phandelver, dated 400 years ago. But no expiry date. So you put it back in this book too. Yeah. Well, I mean, running will keep you warm for in the meantime, the three of them, you have just stepped away from Sister Garael's house next to the Shrine of Luck in the city center on the town square. Okay, after you just got back to the square. The important bit is you got back to the square, right? So you're back on the town square, you're just kind of stepping off. And lo and behold, running in, not wearing any clothes besides booties, is your friend Kit. Which is like oversized compared to her size, right? has backup clothes, yes. So, Alana, yeah, she does smell different. Like, she smells usually of nature and clean cat. And if she's been, like, outdoors, like, she has the outdoor smell, of course. She's been in it for 3 hours, outside. But there is some kind of summer fruit, flowery smell to her as well, which
Anything I had to scroll to.
Okay. Nothing in between.
Yeah.
Don't know what's happened, but
It sounds like you've traded.
maybe. Do you know where this place is?
Or what places?
Can we
Manor.
hold up the scroll and show the part where it says ownership of the manor?
Narcissus
Yeah.
just points at like the ruined building on the hill.
Yeah. After, I
Opposite
take
side of town.
I take the scroll to read it outside of just that one line and notice the 400 years beforehand thing.
Well,
Ah, okay.
but is it like
This-
signed under her name or?
no, whoever holds the deed.
It's signed whoever bears it owns it. So right now, Andy owns it.
Still in the family. It doesn't matter. But this is 400 years old.
Can I check the scroll to see if it seems legitimately 400 years old?
The scroll looks very well preserved, like almost brand new.
I know, but ink and stuff like that will have telltale signs of fading, at least some, even if it's kept on vellum. It won't look fresh at the end of the day.
Roll me.
I'm trying to determine if this was created in the last, week versus actually appearing to be old. Based on what I know about written material, which isn't much.
Roll me a history check. I'm not letting you roll investigation because investigation just tells you this is brand new. This looks like it's been made yesterday, right?
Okay.
The scroll doesn't look like it's been made yesterday. It has the inside. If you investigate that, has clearly the musty smell of having been sealed for a very long time. But yeah, the scroll looks very pristine.
So it's another one of these items like the Fey wrapper that seems to be preserved almost perfectly.
Yes. Yeah.
And she had a strange smell about her.
Yes.
But she didn't have the ticket.
She didn't have.
Oh, yeah.
No, she didn't have the ticket. No.
No, we had the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Have I
Well-
ever heard of any stories from Aldabra about people disappearing given that the Feywild has been so predominant in the last couple of days' conversation?
as I already mentioned at the beginning of the campaign, that there are absolutely stories about that there's somewhere a Fey crossing in the Neverwinterwood, right?
But
there's
do I
like the
know
usual-
people
there's
don't
the
have
usual-
memories of it?
Yes, there's the usual
Yeah.
stories of people walking off the righteous path, which always sounded like, you know, moral stories about warning children not to get lost in the woods. But basically what can happen is that like the Fey folk might trick you to walk off the path. Might be pixies, might be will-o-wisps, and you might get lost in the fogs and you might disappear, and some people walked away and came back hundreds of years later with everyone they knew being dead, and some people just being gone hours or days. That's like pretty much the usual stories connected to the Feywild.
Okay.
I'll share all of that, obviously.
Do you remember Aldabra speaking?
I also
Something
uploaded a ticket
this
finally.
stuff?
Yay! We still have the ticket, don't we?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we pull it out just to see if any of the 8 rides have been stamped?
No, none of them have been stamped.
None of them have been stamped. It still looks the same.
Yeah.
Hand it back to Kit at this point.
Yeah. Along with other stuff, and Kit. Outside of you just missing the memory from the time, I don't know if that's usual or not with that sort of faith stuff, but do you feel sort of worry? Like, I know there's some... It doesn't have to mean it's the same thing, but some people that drink too much and forget what happened the evening before, they still have those emotions attached to what would happen, at least some shame, fear, worry, or whatever. Is that something... Do you feel something of that sort, or do you just feel nothing attached with the evening?
Kids, you feel pretty tired from running for 3 hours down the road and not wearing any clothes when it's really cold. But you don't feel hungover.
I feel fine.
Okay.
Do you feel hungry?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so normal.
In that case, she's alright.
Yeah. nothing out of the ordinary here.
I think first things. I mean, we were going to do some other stuff in the meantime, but maybe we should
I
find
want to point
the
out
tailors first.
who has the highest passive, Narcillian, because you knelt down. She's 3 inches shorter.
Kind of like looks her up and down again. I mean, I hate to say it, and like that it's coming from me might sound like a joke, but did you get shorter?
Huh?
Like, I swear you used to come to about here, and he like stands up and points about like stands next to her, and like you used to come to about here, but now
I'm immediately going to stand next to Andy.
Yeah.
Trying
You
to
still call
gauge
it
the
him.
height.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm
How much?
assuming with my keen mind, I remember exactly how tall she was.
Yes, but
Yeah.
now that you're paying attention to it, right?
Yeah.
It used to be 3 foot square. Or 3 foot even.
Now you're 2 foot. What's minus 3 inches?
9?
2'9".
Not 2 foot 9. Yeah. 2 foot 9. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot closer to my height now.
Yes.
yeah,
Since I'm
so he
2'7".
kind of like puts his hand like basically on the kid's head, and then like slides down to Andy's, and it's like, yeah, no, that you're definitely short. Or Andy grew, but
I did not grow. I'm still the same height on you guys' hips as always. But
Yeah, that is
you...
How did I lose height?
Yeah, I mean, one would guess that if time had passed in like you guys told you, like in the stories in the Fey realm or whatever, you'd have grown.
No, not necessarily.
Unless
Also
she
gets-
aged too much
Exactly.
and then started drinking.
You can probably feel that old, right? Kid?
Kids, you don't feel very old.
Yeah, I still feel fine and spry and young and
But again, you're like a cat person. I don't necessarily know if growing works the same way for you.
Yeah,
guys.
Like, from what I could remember, how long ago was it when Kit was last this height? Like, was it years ago or?
Well, I mean, she had the
I'm
growth
looking-
spurt like 3 years ago, or like
Okay.
4 years ago when she hit puberty, basically.
Okay, Kit, was there anything in the last 2-3 years that like scars, anything that's remnant on your body that you can check if you like de-aged? A couple years?
I mean,
don't
there's no
think-
clear markers behind besides the height that she looks younger.
Very weird.
History check, Cecilian and Ilana. Pay attention to the chat, goddammit.
But for what?
You'll see.
Okay. Well, that went about as well as I
Yeah,
expected.
Cecilian, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Wow. Barely made it to the 10 DC. Jesus fucking Christ. Ilana, at least somebody paid attention to Eldabra, right? You-
Occasionally. Mhm.
You remember that when it comes to the Feywild and the Fey, they're kind of fond of traits. However, they don't always
Tricksy traits.
trade
Mhm.
in the in objects. If you like the stories with the Feywild are usually very weird. It's like, oh, a hag stole your laughter, or gave like you made a wish and like suddenly you're no longer able to cry or stuff like that, right?
That would be useful. Yeah, okay.
But apparently there are Feyfolk that are able to take more from you than just like objects that are given in traits.
hmm And some of them can only take 3 inches.
I mean,
And clothing.
3 inches, 3 inches for the map, maybe. But then also she was.
But
missing
also the clothing.
Well, I mean, you had the ticket.
What?
That doesn't mean to say she went to the carnival, though. Maybe she got to the entrance and someone made her a deal before she entered and needed to show the ticket. Logically thinking.
Mm. Yeah, we have no logical sense that she would go to the carnival. Like, might be anything.
Yeah, I thought that that yesterday was the new moon, and also Melva said that he was
Yeah,
still
he
going to
did
appear on the new moon.
mention, yeah.
Yeah.
I think first things first, it's still bloody cold outside. Let's
Yeah.
get somewhere warmer.
Cloak back.
I suggest we try and find some clothing for Kit.
Oh, it's
Well-
alright, I have some.
Yeah, I think you packed some backups in your pack.
Well, we will form a circle around her with our cloaks so that
Well,
she
I mean,
can get
the backpack
dressed.
is back at the inn, or did you lug it around?
Did we? I didn't
left
think
the
that
inn
we.
for the day.
Yeah,
So
yeah, we left the inn, so we
brought
would have
everything with
carried
us.
it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Lugging it around.
We weren't
mean, we
planning
wouldn't
to
have-
stay another
yeah.
night, so
Yeah, you wouldn't have rented the room for another additional day. Like that didn't
Mhm.
happen.
You
Yeah.
make a little circle around her. She gets dressed. She doesn't have a
Mhm.
winter cloak anymore. And Narcilia, you're kind of starting to get cold because it's minus
Yeah.
1 degrees.
damn.
Did you find your new cloak? Or... No, you
Yeah.
need to find your new cloak. I want mine back. One of my
But, you
few
know,
memories.
Well-
Ilana's winter blanket
She's-
would do it for now.
I'm never gonna see that again, am I? Yeah, I could do what? She's got a fur coat and clothing, so presumably that puts her at a warmer state anyway.
Yeah, but not
The
for
fur
long.
coat is like a. Yeah, but we're not going to be out here for long, so
Okay.
why don't we carry on with our plans? Because our plans were to go and talk to people, presumably indoors.
Well,
And we'll add going to Barthen's provisions on the list to see if he's got a winter cloak for halfling size.
You actually know. I mean, you saw winter cloaks hanging on like next to one of the
In
shelves.
Barthen's.
Yes.
Okay.
yeah.
In that case, we'll make a stop there. But I'm just conscious of the fact that we only have so much time to try and get ourselves jobs and sort of settle ourselves in. And we can't keep paying for nights in the inn either.
Yeah,
It's too
I mean,
expensive.
since I got like my stay already, you guys can go and see about your stuff, and I get
Is
the cloak
that
with
definite?
with Kit.
You're okay? You're okay staying at Quinal's?
Quillian's,
Did she say
yeah,
that?
yeah. She said she had
Quillian's?
room for me,
Oh.
and I did offer to help like on the field in exchange. So like
Okay.
she hasn't kicked me out yet, I guess. I'm gonna check in the afternoon still. Or maybe you guys, we did say we were gonna meet up at dinner. How about we make that lunch, since it's in like a couple of hours, and you guys go see about your places that you were thinking about. I'm gonna get the cloak with Kit, and then I'm gonna go with her back to Quillian's to ask if Kit can also stay.
Yeah.
And also,
would be good not to leave you alone there.
yeah, and also that way, yeah, sun doesn't run out, and all of us, yeah, we can meet back
Sounds
at lunch.
like a plan.
Not sure
Lion
about
and I will
meeting
head
at
off to the
lunch,
orchard.
though. I
Um,
was planning to go home and look for Mill here.
Oh, already?
how about we get your accommodation sorted first?
Right.
Because then, if it's a case of you need to go out at night time, the accommodation's probably going to get closed up and locked up for night time.
Mm.
So maybe start with that first thing tomorrow morning, so that you can leave bright and early
Yeah, true.
and get a full day at it rather than a half day.
Yeah.
And we can all sort out what we're doing in the meantime and where we're going to be staying, at least so that we all know where we can get hold of each other.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do that?
Yeah. I also want to check out this manor that I apparently know.
Let's wait on that. It has.
Yeah, we gotta
walls.
wait
Let's
on that,
hold up
yeah.
on that. Yeah.
It's
It's a ruin for starters. It's
very
literally
structurally
falling
unstable.
apart,
Yeah.
and it's home to the Red Brand mercenaries occasionally.
What?
You don't
What?
know that.
Yeah.
No, we didn't know that. No.
It
Well,
has
they're on the
dangerous
eastern
animals.
side of town.
Nope.
No, but you don't know if the red mercenaries are in there. You only know that there's dangerous animals.
Yep, we only know
Okay.
wildlife. The Red Brands are so far only connected to the other
So Sleeping
tavern
Giant, yeah.
place, the Sleeping
Yeah, but
Giant.
it's literally at the bottom of the hill from the manor.
It's way
We don't
too-
know that.
I know where it is because we asked where it was.
But you don't know that the red brands hang out in Tresender Manor.
Okay, and then stop feeding me OSE knowledge out of session.
Dang.
Wow. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Anyway, dangerous animals.
Sure, dangerous animals and
So-
falling apart.
That deed will not do you much good if you get crushed under a load of stone.
Also, Kit, in the meanwhile, while they get their stuff, while we get your stuff and everything till lunch, then I can catch you up on what all that happened. All right.
Yes.
So we good with lunch then? Or all right.
I could go for lunch.
Okay.
It is 11 a.m. at the moment, by the way.
Yeah, we got like. We can have lunch at 1 p.m. That's okay.
It's 11 a.m. right now. Just what the.
Yeah, we're gonna go and do stuff.
Okay.
So Lion and I are gonna go to the Math Orchard.
Is there a reason you're splitting up?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, because Andy and Kit are going to like get the cloak and go to Koi.
Yeah. Cloak and accommodations. You guys are looking for your own accommodation. We don't want to waste time that we could. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go from
it's
one
not
place
like
to another.
We're doing anything special. We're literally in the same town.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, who do we want to start with?
Whoever.
Yeah. I
Start
don't
with
care.
Kit and Andy.
We can do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, we go off to Bathens then, since that's pretty nearby.
Yeah.
Stop it at a Bathens and get in your cloak.
Because I am freezing.
Yep. Understandable. All right.
You go to Barfin's.
Mhm.
Okay. If you open up the handout for Barfin's provisions,
Right.
you should have a tab called items.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes, you can actually buy stuff. This is the stuff that
Ooh.
is available.
Do you have the money, buddy?
But did you give the kid her share?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Let me just let me
Who
look
does
at.
one open this bathrooms?
Boop, 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 boop. Okay, everybody got 2 gold. Kit, you get 2 gold. Add that to your repertoire, please.
Where?
In inventory on the bottom, you have the gold.
Oh. I am rolling it.
Well,
Where is it? Bartham's place.
If you go to
Winter
journal
Cloak Small
entries,
is-
you have Phandelver, and then you have Barfin's provisions.
Oh. There we go.
So Ander, and just a reminder, this is Ander. He's the ginger one.
Mm-hmm.
And Fizzle is the dark-haired one. This guy. And Elmar, because Barfin is actually his last name, by the way. So Elmar is, as usual, behind the counter. So yeah, you walk in through the front door, and you go down the hallway to the right, first door to the left, and it opens up to the counter. And he greets you and is like looking a bit surprised to see the big cat on hind legs next to you. And he's like, whoa, is that a pet? Did you trade?
No. She might be a bit exotic, I think you could say, but that's actually my sister, Kit.
He
The most
looks at
exotic.
you, and then that kid, and then it's you.
She's adopted.
All right. Oh, is she one of those tabaxi folk, those cat people?
Yeah.
So you speak.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome.
Yeah, she had a late entry, but she was part of the caravan technically too.
He nods. You
I
look
lost
a bit
my
light on the
cloak.
clothing. Are you warm enough?
No, I am freezing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Would you like some winter cloak?
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's all we're here for.
He does have it. He explains it. Like he actually happens to have like he orders backup cloaks every winter, and because of the Alderleaf family, he always has spare like small ones, and he happens to have one spare winter cloak, which costs 5 gold.
5 whole gold.
You get the money, buddy, or should I help you out?
How much do you have?
Of my own, I have of my own gold. I have 3.
Right. No,
Yeah.
I will get it.
Yeah.
Taking half of my material wealth. God damn.
Well. Okay, no, I don't just have 3. I have 5 actually. I reduced it a bit too much.
I am not sure how you buy it, by the way.
I have clicked purchase.
Okay, awesome.
There we go. And then let me look at my sheet.
Accept. There you go.
Nice.
And then I should probably delete the winter cloak. It's actually in my inventory.
Good idea, yeah.
What is 0?
And now you will notice that on the list of Parker's provision, there is no winter cloak small anymore.
Now, only I could get rid of the one that's currently in my inventory.
You have to unlock your sheet. I can do it for you if you want.
Yeah. I see. Yeah,
Yes.
I won't fuck with anything along those lines.
It takes some getting used to.
There, I removed it.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Hey.
And he was like, do you need something else?
Unless you need something, Kit, I think we should be fine. Yeah. But I wanted to thank you again for all your help yesterday. It really was huge for getting to know the Phandelver.
You're welcome, you're welcome. Of course, if you need anything, you can come back.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Great. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Bye!
Alrighty. Making our way to Quilleen's farm, and on the way there, I'll just start slowly catching up Kit on all that she missed.
Well, you might want to catch up, Matt. Right. So, we might summarize what you missed.
If Matt paid attention to the recap.
Yeah.
The recap.
Do you need me to sum it up again, or do you remember the recap?
But I want to know how she tells Kit, because like...
Okay, that's a difference.
Andy would
Okay.
like tell it differently, right?
Alright, so honestly not very much huge majorly happened that you would be interested in. We got, like you maybe mentioned with Elma, we got a little summary about the people in town, village, I don't know, in Phandelver. There's a lot of there's not a lot of shots. They're like woodworkers and a blacksmith and things like that. That we can, well, I honestly have no idea where exactly they are. Outside of the blacksmith, that's like over here, since you can hear the clanging. But we're still gonna get to know the people here. But the town master is a bit of a jackass, by the way. Very much.
Oh.
He likes staring. You know, he likes staring.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, and he's a bit of a. You'll see yourself when you go over there. Anyways, actually, we're gonna go there later this afternoon. I don't know when. No, not this afternoon. Actually, pretty soon. Oh shit, we were going to go there at 10. Fuck, doesn't matter. He could stand some waiting. All over the place, very obviously. But yeah, we looked at some. Well, we could have a pick of the ruins here. He mentioned, and we thought, and I point over to the hill over here, to the one over here. That not that one, right? I don't know, any one of these. Which one is it here again? Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
I think that was it.
The hill? You were kind of
Yeah.
checking out the hill, yeah.
That's the one
Yeah.
that we were checking.
Yeah, as we're passing by, I'll point at the hill. Like, there's the very foundations of a ruin over there that we are maybe thinking of.
No,
Like,
you just
starting
found
to build
stones,
up.
basically, yeah.
but like you now have the deed, and I don't know what's the deal here, so we're gonna talk about it still. But yeah, we're definitely thinking on that settling down here, and also Quilleen is this very lovely lady. I really talked to her very, very quickly, so but she's also a halfling.
As you turn in the
And
corner around here, by the way,
yeah,
you see a young woman storming out of the Lion Shield Coster, and you kind of witness a scene along the lines. It's not a phase, Mom, and slamming the doors.
Oh.
And then kind of brushing past you, and kind of running off towards the Stonehill Inn, and she's gone.
Oh.
I have no idea what that was about. Never seen her before,
She
but
looks around 18-ish.
But yeah, she looked actually pretty kitted out, so maybe that's the more adventure-y type of place there. Don't know if that's that for sure, but very interesting. Oh, that over there that she went into is the inn actually where we stayed last night, and the innkeeper and his family are actually pretty nice. You're gonna meet them at lunch, but very, very nice place. They're very cozy. We got the colder room though, so actually you didn't probably miss that much there. Yeah. But anyway, we're almost at the farm over there, and yeah, she's farmer. You know the deal.
You round
Yeah.
the corner around the town hall, of course.
Yeah. She Elma, like Martha, told us like a little tip that she might sometimes put up people like lets people stay there, like newcomers when she likes them, and apparently doesn't really have that much space. Like she said, it would be okay if I stayed, and I also offered to like work at the farm sometimes, like lend a hand. But I figured since you kind of like you're not big people, you're our size, so
Yeah.
she might be able to squeeze you along, and also, you also. You know how to help also. Like, it's not that the others don't know how to help, but like...
Yeah, it's what we did.
Yeah. Kind of like home, sort of. Very, very familiar. There's some other stuff that I probably missed, but the others will catch you up on it anyways. It's... Like I said, it's not really much of interest to you specifically, nothing very much, ooh, cool. But also there's this... I don't know what kind of guys they are, but like there's some sort of... mercenary, shifty people gang, Red Brands they call themselves. I don't know if they brand themselves with a red mark or something. I don't know. But they're in this other tavern that we are apparently supposed to avoid. I don't know, very much rough and tumble sort of people.
And you
Don't ask me.
Basically, as you reach this part, and you literally
Yeah.
can point across
Yeah, but
to the sleeping giant. Yeah, and it looks looks pretty run down. Like all the buildings over in this corner look pretty run down.
Oh. Well, I'm sure I wouldn't get in trouble with anyone. I mean, look at me. I'm fine.
But as you look towards the farm, this is what you see. Little farm.
Oh, that's cozy.
nice. Very nice. Yeah, she seems like a sweet lady. She has kids. I don't know how many, but she mentioned she has kids. A son. But also, speaking of the son, like there's this like temple that we also walk past. It's mostly stones. Maybe you didn't see it, but like there's this sister that's apparently teaching children in the morning. Like we maybe perhaps slightly pissed off by knocking, but also I definitely want to check back in with her since she's also she's apparently also a believer of Ogma, so that's going to be maybe interesting. But yeah, I think... No, there's also... I think that's about... I missed a lot, I think. But
I'm sorry
never mind, we're
to
here.
interrupt, but like I can totally imagine Kit and Andy talking at the same time at Nasilian and Ilana, and them going, "Oh my God, we're getting a headache now." Because of the absolute ADHD energy coming from both of you.
Yeah, it's just rat. One after another.
But yeah, Kit has no problem following along. It's like, yeah, whatever. Either way, you knock at the door, and there's no answer, but you once again find her on the field.
I go over to the field and kind of wave excitedly for a way back.
She seems to be currently like just digging over the soil to prep it for sowing.
Hi. Probably didn't expect me that back that soon, but hi.
No, hi. And she looks at the giant cat. It's like, oh, is that a pet? And she's kind of looking up at Kit because she's like similar height to Andy.
First initial response is totally fine, but actually, this is my adopted sister, Kit. She's Tabaxi. Yeah, cat people.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've heard of your folk. Well, she kind of wipes her hands down on her, clothes, and then holds out her hand.
Cat will shake it.
She kind of like gingerly, like almost like she's afraid to squeeze it too hard, because cats are very sensitive on their paws.
Oh, that's sweet.
Oh, it's okay.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, so I was actually wondering, I know you said you didn't really have much space, but Kit's our size stuff, could she stay as well? Like she's, like I said, she's my adopted sister, so she can also help out on the
Leans her
fields, like
fists
me.
on her hips and kind of gives her up and down. It's like, I don't want to assume things, and pardon me if this is insulting, but are you a mouser?
I can catch mice.
Because I could use a mouser. We had some issues with mice, and if you catch me some mice and get rid of them, you can stay in the hayloft along with Andy.
Deal.
Well, she nods. Well, then, see you later, I suppose.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. That's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I'll come by later. I promise to get lunch with the rest of my friends, but I'll come in the afternoon.
Alright, then see you at dinner?
I honestly don't know. But tomorrow morning, straight at dawn, I'll help you out. Like I promised.
Don't show later up than an hour after sunset.
We'll remember that, okay? Thank you.
She waves.
Wave back.
And she kind of watches you walk away. Kind of fascinated by the upright walking cat in clothes.
That was an hour after dawn, right? After dusk, or what was it? I don't know.
After sunset.
Don't show up an hour later than
An hour after sunset, yeah.
sunset, yes. Dusk is the word.
AKA, yeah.
Dusk.
AKA
Words
people
today.
lock their doors at night.
Yeah. It's very obviously shining through, but today my brain is very much hyper.
All good.
Yeah, which is also very in character, but it works.
Alright.
Understandable.
Meantime, there's Cillian and Alana. Uh-huh. What are you doing?
Watching those two depart.
Then you probably
And
also
standing-
saw the woman like loudly proclaiming it's not a phase mom, slamming the door and then walking off to the Stone Hill Inn.
Okay. Interesting.
Kind of like just a little shrug.
She was so angry she didn't even notice
Yeah.
the upright walking cat, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
Teenagers. Shall we head to the orchard?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's literally the building right there, so I guess
Which way are you
we'll
going?
climb. Well, we're on top of the hill, so we're just gonna walk straight down the hill
okay.
to the orchard. It's like a 10-second journey.
Yeah.
There is
And,
fire, like smoke coming from the chimney.
Mm-hmm.
Well, looks cozy enough, I guess. I'll leave the talking to you. I know, shocker.
To me, How dare you? Is there anything you want to know before I ask? Because it'll be...
I mean, we should introduce ourselves, and we
Mhm.
maybe then propose if he needs help in the orchard.
Well, we'll suggest that Quilleen suggested that we come here, so that it seems like a referral rather than
Barthen
just
as well.
showing up.
Yeah. We can basically just say where we come from, and
Mhm.
we're farmers people, so if some of this stuff works, we can help them out. That kind of thing.
Just so that you know, the plan wasn't for me to stay here. I was gonna see if I could try and get some lodgings in the inn. So this was for you.
Oh.
But we'll see what he says about us both staying here potentially. That might be an idea too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's more in the sense of if we split up too much.
We're all 30 seconds away from each other, so...
Yeah, but, brand people around.
Well, I know. We're all on the west side of town, and that's kind of the way I want to keep it for now.
Yeah, but these people
Keep
move
away
around
from
as well, so...
Yeah, they might well, but I don't think they're gonna give too many folk, especially not Darren, too much trouble by the sounds of it.
Yeah, but if you're staying in the inn by yours... you know what, it's probably fine. You know what you're doing, but just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about being safe. And I certainly felt safe in the inn last night. I didn't feel like there was going to be any trouble. So, but yeah, are we ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Knock on the door?
Like you hear some shuffling around, right?
Take a step back from the door so as not to crowd it then.
Yes. And eventually you can hear a heavy bolt being pulled back from the door. And this man opening the door and kind of looking at you. He looks like middle-aged and then very obviously half-elf. However, the first thing that strikes you immediately as you look into his face is the verdant, pure, non-human green of his eyes, which look exactly like Ilana's. And he kind of looks at Narcillian first, and then at Ilana, and kind of like gives you like a very glance.
Good morning.
Good morning. And he has like this like deep, tender, velvety voice. And
Darren Edemarth, I assume.
he nods. At your service.
Hi. This is Narcillian, and I'm Ilana. We were directed your way by both Barthen's provisions and from Quilleen. They said that you might be able to give us kind of boarding in exchange for work, potentially.
He will be like, looks you up and down, looks behind you, and then kind of steps back and opens the door so you can come in. And he's like, come inside. It is cold outside.
Thank you. And Ilana will wait for the lion to go in first. She'll kind of purposefully step aside, ushering him in.
Kind of gives her a glance and as he walks past and is like, alright. Goes inside. Stands awkwardly.
He
Go inside
is, doing a thing, Narcillian, which you would notice with your high passive perception, right? He gives you a very profound once-over, head to toe, right? And he does that with Ilana as well, It's not like in a sleazy way. It's just like somebody who's used to estimating people around them.
Taking in their potential or their danger.
However,
Yeah.
there is a. Well, let me see if. Just a second. Also, I just noticed that Kit is not on the map.
Shocking.
Give me a second.
Remedy.
Yeah, I remember it. Okay, she's there now. Give me a second.
Time's up.
Insight. Check, please. Just for the initial impression.
Fucking great rolls today. Amazing.
Yeah.
No, he seems pretty neutral. So yeah, he lets you book
Okay.
in. There is like the incident is pretty simple. There's like a fireplace that looks also to double as a cooking corner. There's a eating table in the middle where he like lets you sit down. Basically, there's 4 chairs, like a square table. There's like an armchair in front of the fire. It seems like a simple living room, and you don't see a bed, so it looks like a door that like leads to the back. Sorry, 2 armchairs. So you assume that the bed is probably somewhere towards the back. The house is certainly big enough to have like its own kitchen and probably a storage room from what you can from the size you can gather. But basically, straight from the door as you come in, there's a table, like a longish table with 4 chairs, where he like bids you to sit down. He kind of stokes the fire a bit, and he will like offer you some water, but be like, at the moment there is not much work to be done, as the apple trees haven't even bloomed yet.
Right.
Okay.
But
I
what
mean-
is it you are capable of?
I'm pretty good with wood, with building. I'm also good with animals, though I don't think you have any on an orchard. Kind of
Shakes
like
his
question
head.
mark at the end.
He said, like, I'm no woodworker either, but you may want to talk to Dendra, the woodworker.
Right. Next on the list.
Nars Dendra, he will point out. Not Nars, sorry. It's... God damn it, where is it? Dendra.
South. Like next to the line should
No, he's not telling you where it is. I'm just checking the name. Yeah, Fel Dendra, sorry. Fel Dendra. He will like, you should check it out there. But like he kind of like lets you talk, basically.
Is that the summary of Narcillian's talking?
Yeah, you kind of like. That's it. It's like, oh, okay, yeah.
Well,
next on the list, and then
If there's an
drift
awkward
off.
silence coming from Narcillian, he then turns to Alana.
Oh, Ilana won't leave there to be an awkward silence. She will kind of jump in at that point and just suggest that she's got a number of skills that might be useful. She can read and write, of course. She can tell stories, which might not be very useful to him, but she's got a very good memory for all those kinds of things. And the fact that she is good at weaving, so she can mend clothing or curtains or anything else like that he might need sorting out.
Well, people point
she's
towards
also-
the local weaver woman,
Mhm.
who might need some help with weaving. But like he's basically clearly waiting for something to jump out at him as you talk.
Yeah.
Still waiting?
Something specific?
I mean, you don't know yet. Keep going.
She's good at entertaining. She can play music.
He will point out it's best suited for the Stonehill Inn.
She gathered as much. That's next on the list. And yeah, she used to teach the children in our last town. Kind of history, reading, writing, that kind of stuff. So.
Well, that's best suited for Sister Garel, who's teaching the town's children.
Other than that, I don't really know. I'm good with 3 different languages. Elvish, Halfling, and Common.
That's impressive. You said you have a good memory.
Yeah.
He gets up and walks over to a bookshelf above the fire, right? And pulls down a book. And he how good of a memory?
Photographic.
You don't
if
know
you
the
want to
word
call it that. If I choose to remember something, I remember something. That's the best way I can describe it.
Really? Well, he will
yes.
open up a random page and be like, I will show you this page. And he reads something for a moment. And then he will turn it to you and hold it for a good 10-15 seconds.
But he read it to me.
No, he didn't read it to you. He was reading.
You just said he.
It. Yeah, he was reading through it.
Oh, okay, he was reading. Okay.
Yeah, he was reading through it, and then holds it out to you, shows you the page for 15 seconds, right? And then
and she reads as much as she can read in 15 seconds. Yeah.
And then he's like, "Tell me the second paragraph."
She recites the second paragraph and the first.
That's
so he gets a little bit of a smirk when she does also the first one. He's like, show off.
Smartass. I like that. Have you? What are your aspirations in life? What would you like to do with your future? And he looks at both of you, but he gets a tiny bit longer lingering on Ilana as he asks this.
It's a difficult question to answer when you're young, I think, because you don't have enough experience to do so.
He will close the book and put it back on the shelf and be like, well, Phandelver is a frontier town. People come here to either retire or find
to make something of themselves.
Yes. So what is it you want to make of yourselves?
Well, our family disembarked from our previous town, and it was either move to Helm's Hold and integrate into a larger city, or return here. I say return here. It's not like any of us have ever been here, but from what we know, Phandelver is where our families are from. So I guess we all decided we wanted to make some kind of start here. And see if we can make a life for ourselves.
Settle, possibly.
Well, he's like, I don't need help until the harvest season. That's going to be a few months. Otherwise, I lead a very simple life. I don't have money to pay servants. I take care of myself. I'm retired. I came here to retire. I suggest you put your talents to either the weaver or the inn. He looks at Narcillion. I don't have any animals to take care of either. But there's plenty of farms and farmers around. It's the start of the season. They're working the land. I'm sure you can find some kind of work.
Okay, yeah.
Can I ask a slightly more personal question, perhaps?
Sure, go ahead.
I understand you're a retired war wizard?
You could say so, yes.
So you know magic.
That is what a war wizard usually does, yes.
No, I've never met a wizard, so I'm not really sure what it is. But magic is something that's always been a childhood wish of mine. Whether you were talking about aspirations, to make a difference would be my aspiration. Magic would be the tool.
He kind of raises his eyebrow. Roll me a... Give me a second, because I lost your... Persuasion check, please.
This is where I get to roll complete shit. Yep.
So you're telling me you want to learn magic?
To do good with it.
To make a difference?
Yes. To make a difference, yes. We've heard about these red brands in town, and
You should stay very far away from them.
the
You
plan
don't look
was
like fighters,
definitely...
And like looks to both of
No.
you and like just shakes his head.
But
What did you say, Owl?
Elmar...
I just said that's a fair assumption.
Okay, yeah.
Elmar in town mentioned that you used to belong to, or do still belong to, the Order of the Gauntlet.
Still soon. Yeah. Still know some people.
Mm-hmm.
In my
And
earlier
I
years,
was-
I used to be active on along the Dragon Coast, and he kind of like waves around him, and there's like trophies of like hung on the wall. There's like like there's like ornamental daggers like and stuff like that. That are not, you've never seen items like this. Various exotic items from like keepsakes basically from the Dragon Coast. Again, not many because it's a very humble house, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not like he's got dragon heads hanging off the wall or anything like that, but just small ornamental keepsakes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to make a difference. The red brands is certainly not something I would start with. That is, by the sounds of it, they're causing a nuisance in town for everyone who I would class as good folk.
Yes, they're the usual bullies, not
Yeah.
big enough yet to be really breaking the law. I'm keeping an eye on them. But the town should surely use some fresh, young, sprightly adventurers to keep such pestilences away.
It's certainly something we could try and help with.
Alright? I don't train the bookish type of magic. You will have to do hard work. You have to learn to defend yourselves, to fight, to protect. That's what I've learned. That's how I will teach it. It's going to be rough. I'm not gonna go easy on you because you're a girl.
I wouldn't expect you to. by the sounds of it, a frontiers town is a dangerous place, so I'm going to have to learn to protect myself anyway.
That's
Makes sense that I learn it from someone who knows how.
all right. Come back tomorrow. Bright and early, at dawn.
As the sun rises?
He nods.
That's not a question, sorry, that sounded like a question. She was saying it like, as the sun rises,
Okay.
she'll be back.
But he will nod at that anyway.
In the meantime, we'll see if we can't get Lion some work.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's head outside. Wait for Alana.
She's going to head outside, wait for the door to close behind her, and then just keep walking silently back towards town.
Yeah. I mean, something, right?
Something? Did I really just convince him to teach me magic?
Looks like it.
I mean, that's almost too good to be true.
I mean, if there's some of us that could probably do it, it's you. Pretty smart. Please remember all these stories, and as far as Eldaber told us about magic, he didn't tell us much, but it's all about reading and remembering things.
I guess we'll find out tomorrow morning. It sounds like it's going to involve a number of bruises as well.
Yeah, I'm probably used to it by now, so it was hard work in the village. Sounds like it's hard work here.
Teaching children's not really hard work.
Well, did you see some of those bastards?
Yeah.
Come on.
Let's see if we can get you somewhere to stay.
Hmm. Well, I
And
need
also
yourself,
me
because
somewhere
yeah,
to stay.
he didn't say anything about a place to stay, so
No, he did not. I just realised that.
don't mind. I have to go to the inn.
Dendrids first, or
Yeah, I can. It kind of like he's almost going to say go by myself, but then kind of like, yeah, then rush first, please.
we will, because we said about meeting up for lunch. Did we agree where we were going to meet up for lunch? Presumably the tavern.
Since we made up for dinner originally by the inn, then it was assumed to be lunch at the inn. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do Dendrids first, and then I can talk to the innkeeper once we come back to meet up with Andy and Kit again.
Sure. Yeah.
So we'll traipse south of where we're at into town square, and then down to Dendrids. And as we're walking, she's going to point out to Lion, we obviously didn't make 10 sharp for the townmaster, but I figured he could do with waiting.
We already met with him at 10.
Did we?
Yeah.
I don't think we did.
Maybe reconsider learning magic.
Becoming a wizard.
No,
I don't remember meeting him.
We did. He told us that we can pick any of the ruins. And
I'm also a dum-dum, I forgot that too.
Yeah, we for sure we met with Harbin, and then we went out and we scouted
To
the hill, and
Quilly's.
that's the
Yeah.
that's the place where
Yeah.
you left off. Yeah, so
God damn it.
so apparently Garcia is the fucking smart one here. You remember shit.
You only remember because you had to do the recap.
Yeah. Probably otherwise I wouldn't. Yeah. No. Maybe we can go back at some point and like, but I don't see the point.
Yeah, not right now. I don't think we should tell anyone about the piece of paper we found either.
Oh, for sure not.
Not just yet. Not until we can claim it and hold it.
Well, first of all, not until we make some money, and then we can maybe think about going there and see what's up.
Yeah.
If there's actually wild animals there, then probably need me to.
It's also on the eastern side of town, past this, the giant, sleeping giant. So any going to the tavern is going to involve probably being harassed by the Red Friends.
Yeah, let's wait on that for now.
Yeah.
Just to see if we can get room aboard for now, and because rebuilding a house is enough work. If you want to rebuild a manor,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna take ages. So.
Well, but there is 4 of us instead of 1 of us trying to do a house, so there is that.
Where is that?
Head into Dendrid's woodworking, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm gonna let you do the talking this time.
Kind of gives you a glance like, really?
It is relatively quiet in the house, but and when you knock, the person who opens up is actually a woman, which you can easily assume is probably his wife. Nilsa? No, that's not Nilsa's. Give me a second. Dendrar. Myrna. There she is. This woman opens
Yes.
up and kind of looks at you curious. Is like, oh, do you need any services from my husband? He is out collecting wood from the forest. He will be back later.
I was wondering to check in if you and your husband needed help. I'm Narcillian. This is Elana, and we're new in town, and I'm pretty good with creating things with wood. I did a lot of repairs back where I came from, and yeah, I can maybe if I could help and I could stay here and for sleeping. Don't have a place to stay yet. And he kind of like fumbles over his words as he's saying it. Like
She kind of like.
Elana will help him with the conversation a little bit and just say that I can reiterate, we're new in town. We don't have anywhere to stay at the moment. Lion's good with wood, like he said. He can work to earn his keep. And I will find somewhere else to stay because I'm definitely not very good working with wood. I'm the last person you want to give anything like that to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we have already enough mobs to feed. We have no additional work, not yet anyway. Perhaps later in the year, not at the moment. And she's like, I have things to do, and basically close the door at your face.
kind of like these dads are like a little bit shocked. Like, well, that
To
one.
be expected. Not everyone is friendly. Not everyone has space. I guess we'll try the Stonehill Inn?
Yeah, I mean, it's not much I can do there. I'm not a good cook, but I can maybe go to Barthen's or some of the farms and ask if they need help. Animals.
I think farm's probably going to be your best bet. Maybe the there was the other farmer was in the Stonehill Inn yesterday. Not Lana. Lana was the miner. Narth. That was his name. He runs the farm just next to Colleen, I think. He might need help because he was a little bit more elderly.
Right.
And it's literally just round the corner. We could go there right now and then head to the tavern, the inn.
Yeah, sure.
Because we need to sort you out somewhere to stay tonight. Either that or we're pitching a tent on top of that hill.
I really don't want to
rather avoid that. No, I know.
By myself.
You wouldn't be by yourself.
No, you're staying at the inn.
Well, only if the inn agrees to that. We'll see. Let's see about this other farm first. So we'll head over to the... I think it's the Ergenden farm.
Yeah. Narf's home.
And peek around the back first, because he's probably in the field.
He is indeed in the field.
Try and catch his attention before we come wading through his crops. And just say good morning.
He is basically doing the same thing as you saw yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, this morning when you were visiting the elderly farm. And you can see it like over there. You can see Colleen currently working away, basically digging over the soil to prep it for sowing. Except that he's old, and despite like being a quarter of the elderly farm, it's clearly it's gonna take him ages
longer
to do this.
Yeah.
Looks like.
Yeah.
Manual labor.
Does he have any animals? Also.
No, he doesn't have animals. No, he has a doggo.
Yay!
Befriend the doggo. Get into his good books.
A collie.
Ooh.
Which looks as old as he does.
Oh.
No. So basically lying down next to him while he slowly plows the field.
Down, yeah, in the little doghouse, but the doghouse is turned so he's looking at the field basically, and he's just lying there and watching. And it looks like the old man put like a lot of effort into padding the doggy house, right? But yeah, he looks very old.
So just bid him a good morning and introduce ourselves. Why does it look like he's got a hand sticking out of his mouth?
It's his tongue.
Okay. Creepy. We'll say good morning and just introduce ourselves and say that Lion is looking for work on the farm, if in exchange for board and lodging, and she'll do.
Young people who showed up yesterday at Stonehill.
That's right, we are. We're new to town, looking to settle down, but finding ourselves a little short of accommodation, and hoping that we can work in exchange for some. And then she'll shove.
I cannot pay you, but I have a spare cot you can roll out in the house.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. Honestly, that would be more than enough. I grew up on a farm.
I can only take one of you.
That's okay. And she'll push Lion forward at this point.
Excellent. He gives you the hoe.
It's like stands there like.
Oh, go at it, boy. You have to
Okay.
kick lines so I can do the sewing for the corn.
I grew up on a farm, sir. I know.
Well, then get to it.
He starts working. It's like, yeah. Just waves at Ilana like, bye.
And he like brushes off his fingers. Goes, well, time for second breakfast at the Stone Hill.
Yikes.
He's gonna just leave me here on the farm. Amazing.
She's gonna wait for him to head off for his second breakfasts, and then just walk over and kind of look at the hoe and the ground as if it's an alien concept to her, but she vaguely knows how it works, and just says, "Shall I tell the others you found somewhere, but you're busy?"
Yeah. I'll see you guys probably. Then this feels. Actually, it's not that big. If I put my shoulders underneath it, I can get a big deal done.
Well, if the old man could manage this, I'm sure you can, and she'll pat you on the back at that point.
Oh, don't be so sure.
You've worked on a farm before, you know how it works.
I'm flimsy.
You'll manage. Character building. At least you have somewhere to sleep tonight.
Yeah. Good luck at the Stone Hill, and if it doesn't work out, we can. I don't know. Let me know. We'll figure out something.
I'll let you know. I assume you'll be around for dinner. Although you might have dinner here, possibly.
No, I'll meet you guys for dinner. It's okay.
Just bear in mind, if you're not getting paid, there's only so much dinner you can buy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To find another source of income, and I don't know, maybe it's gonna change from tomorrow. I'm not sure how it's gonna go in the woods.
Yeah. Just make sure you let the old man know where you're going and what you're doing before you just disappear.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I'll catch you later then.
Bye. Good luck.
Enjoy the sunshine.
Gives it kind of like a shitty grin. Goes back to work.
Ilana will keep to the main roads as she's on her own.
Yeah.
And she's going to head back to the town square and then to the Stonehill Inn.
Yeah. I'm not gonna have you roleplay this out because you easily, because there's no entertainment in this town at all. So
yeah,
Toblin is more than happy to hire you on. And
she'll
of
drum
course-
up interest by playing in the town square and tell people that she'll be performing in the Stonehill Inn every night from this point on to try and drum up interest. That'll be her pitch to Tobin.
Well, he's like, you can do that, but don't you worry, word will get around very quickly. It's not a big town.
I get it, yeah.
And he will be like, of course, you also help out around the inn as needed.
Of course, yeah. The only thing she will point out is that she will be busy during the mornings. She's going over to the Edomath Orchard to meet with Darren.
He will be like, that is fine. The inn is not that busy. Usually in the mornings is like the least. Like it kind of starts. It's the busiest in the evening because most of the workers are like out during lunchtime anyway. They're farming, they're mining, they're not really around.
Yeah.
The busiest it is actually in the evening. So.
Yeah, because I don't want to step on Elsa's toes either. She obviously has
you can
her
have
own
the
job.
room on the top floor, bottom right corner.
Fantastic, thank you. Was there any sign of Andy and Kit yet?
By now, like, you can all converge except for Narcillian, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Depending on how loud it is inside the inn, you would hear the slowly louder getting chatter that you're very used to
Mhm.
as they approach.
Yeah, you basically just see like Narcissus working the
It's
fields
very
there.
quiet in the inn at the moment.
Yeah, as we pass by Nasilian working the field, just see his two tiny.
It's
Figures
actually
just
not as busy as
waving
the
at him.
picture. It's actually pretty empty right now. But this is what it looks
Yeah.
like when it's like full in the evening.
Oh. Who's the old man smoking the pipe?
That's Narv.
He has a staff.
Okay.
He's a wizard
Yeah, he
as
does.
well.
No, ignore him.
You're a wizard.
He's a
He's a
warlock.
hairy wizard. So yeah, I'll just I'll get him to kind of give me an introduction to the inn and how it works. I assume by helping out he means with like serving dinner and drinks and stuff.
Yeah, so he will give you the tour of the inn.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because his wife is too busy at the moment. She's like prepping the
Mhm.
food for the day.
Prepping food, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but she is
And
like,
second
very,
breakfasts
she's
for-
very welcoming, right? She gives him the lip, but you know, they're the
Yeah,
kind of like
playful
couple where
lip.
like like they're kind of like, you know, he's deferring to her, but they're clearly loving, right? And he will also like tell you basically how they used to live in Tribor, and he came here to actually become a miner, like a year after their son was born. But it turns out that he knew nothing about mining. He knew a lot about running an inn. So he opened up an inn. He borrowed some money, and this is the result here.
So was the sleeping giant here already, or did that pop up in the meantime?
Oh, the sleeping giant was there already. It's a tap house.
Okay, but it's more of a drinking house than a place to stay.
Yes, the
Yeah.
Phandelver didn't have any inn. There was like just a ruin foundation where the stone hill is right now, and they built it up.
Who helped you build it? Did you build it on your own?
Well, Dandra helped, the townsfolk. It was like, basically he describes when they arrived, it was still like, there were a lot of people
Communal
building.
rebuilding.
Yeah, communal rebuilding. So a lot of people helped, especially because, hey, now they had like, the sleeping giant was actually not really a thing back then either.
Okay.
And the old owner retired in the meantime, and yeah, and so kind of like the entire town migrated more or less to the stone hill once it was done. And
Yeah.
also it became a very good hub because newcomers, when they would come here and stay here. So it's lucrative that way in a
Win-win.
town. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there a mason in town? Someone who helped you with all the stonework?
No.
Or was that
That's-
Dendra
that-
as well?
Dandra, like, well, most of the construction is wood, right? So
Yeah,
basically
but the
he
fireplace
pointed-
is stone.
Oh yeah, but he will show you, like, you can see, he will like close up, like, oh look, this is like from the old ruins, and it's like it's jagged stone. It's not like nice round proper stone like a mason would do.
Okay.
It's basically
Yeah.
they made do and fit the stone in, you know, as much
As
as
they could.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
okay.
it's
But they
some-
still
and
managed to
that's like
build it.
Yeah, and you can see occasionally there's like a stone that's like much lighter or much darker, right?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
yeah. He will also point out like his favorite, and he will point out a stone in the chimney towards the back. It's like it looks like it has like some kind of rune carved into it. It's like greeny-ish, like almost like greenish black, like black glass. It almost looks like it's onyx, maybe.
Okay.
It's like a good, like, head size, and it like glitters in the back behind the fire.
Cool. Make a note of that rune mentally. You said it was shaped like a rune.
Yeah, like broken off, like this. Like clearly there was some carving on that stone, but it looks like it's a piece of something bigger.
Okay.
But it just to demonstrate that, like, yes, all the stonework you see in the inn has been dragged around from the area.
It's been
yeah.
reused. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, cool. In that case, yeah, she'll help out. She's just waiting for her friends to join for lunch
That's around when
as well.
Andy and Kit would be showing up.
Yeah, and then there's only the oak thing at the board that we passed by, but that like so isn't our thing. That's much too dangerous. Hey, Elena, how are you
Hi.
doing?
Mid-conversation, as always. I'm good. Lion is good too, but need to
Yeah,
let him know that.
we passed him. Is he just gonna work the whole day now, or what's?
Yep, straight to work.
He looks at.
I mean,
By the way, you overtook the old guy going towards the inn. Because he's slow.
Yeah.
But basically, Kit once again will get like stares from Toblin and be like, "Oh, you one of the Tabaxi folk? I haven't seen one of you since I left Tribor."
Since you left Tribe,
Oh.
you've seen Tabaxi before?
I mean, not very often, but yeah, there's occasionally you can see them traveling along the long road.
Interesting.
did not know about that. But yeah, this is my adopted sister Kid, and she came a bit later, but
Oh, nice to meet you, Kit. Matt.
Kit
Matt?
has fallen asleep.
Matt.
he might have gone somewhere while the RP happened. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? It's a good time to break anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna call a
We're
break.
limb.
Are we all back? Are we all back?
Apple isn't yet.
No, no sign of Arbel. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then we still wait.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, to catch you up in the meanwhile, Matt, what you like the tiniest bit that you missed that's relevant for you is that Kit and Andy entered the inn, saw Alana, and also introduced Kit to Toblin. He mentioned that he saw Tabaxi in Tribor previously.
And where?
Tribor.
Tribal.
That's we were on the Tribor trail, so that's further. If we didn't go right one last time.
Also, Matt, just do us a favor when you're stepping away. Just let us know so we know you're not there.
Yeah, that was my bad.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Is everybody ready?
Yes.
Let me just finish
Too
chewing.
late. I'll shovel apple pie down my throat.
Same.
Nice.
Apple crumble with coffee cream ice cream.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm just happy to have gingerbread, but that sounds awesome.
It tastes like whipped cream ice cream. Like, it's so good.
Nice.
I have to keep rationing Shinny, otherwise it'll disappear.
No, bullshit. I'm the one rationing it. But I have my Lebkuchen, which Chris calls
Liebeschneiden.
Yeah.
What is he? Liebe what?
He calls it Liebenschneiden.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me. That's the only word I can remember every time she talks about it. So
Yeah, but
that's what
where
I
do you
call
get
it.
the sh from? Like, Lebkuchen is without sh.
Shush. That's where I get it from. Got
Got it.
I did tell
All right.
him I'm impressed that he actually managed to make a word that sort of makes sense in German. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, but it's words. Like, it's words.
It's
In
two
German-
words smashed together.
And that's the German language, so.
German is a fake language anyway, so.
Oof. Mhm.
Wow.
I mean, speak the Dutch person. We don't want to go there, buddy.
It's just
It's
like
okay.
just take two normal words and put them together, and suddenly it's a new word. Like, just don't do that. Like,
Yeah, nothing wrong
Doesn't
with
work.
that. But I
Doesn't
mean,
work.
Dutch is obviously so terrible.
you in the cheap
Even the
corner
Afrikaans
over there.
couldn't base it all on that.
No, Abel, you in the chimp corner over there with your, like, made up little fantasy language? Shush.
Made up fantasy language.
When I was in Germany, we were playing D&D, and basically Abyssal was Dutch. Because it was with the too many sounds.
Oh,
and it's
not
like, yeah,
Danish?
that's
I'm impressed.
Okay, yeah, that's below. That's below. Below a bit.
Danish is even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
true.
Oh no, wait. Danish should be infernal. Isn't the infernal side the ones with the contracts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we went a complete different tangent.
Yes, anyway, let's continue.
We digress. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, enjoy having a lunch.
Yeah, you eat on your little farm.
You can't afford to have lunch anyway.
Ooh,
Wow.
yikes.
Pretty sure I have more money than you, but okay.
Probably.
We're all poor people, okay? It's not. It's not
Apart
what
from
heads
Kit.
here.
Kit's
Wow.
still got the most gold.
I have
He just-
5.
Yeah, he just paid 5 of it, so.
Fucking 6 gold.
That's 5 more than me.
Oh, poor. That's tough.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Anyway,
Bastards couldn't name base codes without me.
you're not even there. Shush. So we continue. So, what are you doing? You're in the inn?
Hi, you here for lunch? Or should we go and tell Lion that I found somewhere to stay first?
Well, I can.
To
Kinda
be fair,
depends.
his words were, "Let me know if you don't find somewhere."
Yeah, how did it go on your side anyway? Do we want to eat? Do you need to stay here too now for 4th day, or are you free to go till the evening? What's the deal?
I'm free to go. I'm doing afternoons and evenings, by the sounds of it, in the inn. Helping out around, like serving drinks, serving food, that kind of stuff. And in the evenings, I'm gonna do music and entertainment and dancing and stuff. Because there's a distinct lack of any kind of entertainment in town. So I'm hoping I might get the odd tip here or there. And
Sounds
at least
good
then
plan.
I'll be earning some money.
Smarter than the rest of us there, yeah.
Well, I figure earning some coin, even if it's coppers, means that we can afford to pay for food, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was
Is that
thinking,
Kit's relative meowing in the background? Everything
Matt.
alright, Kit?
Hmm.
you good?
Yeah.
Everything alright?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
you guys
so-
have sorted out accommodation, I take it?
Yeah. Kit's apparently been hired on as a mouser so far, so that works.
A mouser. Seems like an apt use of your talents.
I'm faster than any mouse.
Very
Yes.
true. Very true.
You'll have to let us know what your tally count is every morning. See how many mice you catch.
I think I can count that high.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So yeah, do we want to have lunch here then? I'd feel kind of bad to do it without Lion, but yeah.
I feel kind of bad, but also I don't want to keep spending money here on food all the time.
Yeah.
We have very
Same.
limited money.
I mean, we could. If I have some, I have some rations still left that we didn't use because we got the other provisions in the cart, so we could just sit at the farm and heckle Lion as he's working and we eat.
We could do, and those rations should probably get eaten before they go off.
Yeah.
I assume it's like cheese and nuts and stuff.
Yeah, mostly like hardtack and stuff like that. Yeah.
My favorite. Let's
But
go.
we can do it with entertainment. Like I said, heckle Lion.
We can, and I can practice some of my singing and my music because I haven't done that in the last couple of days. I'm probably a bit rusty. Seeing as I have a big performance tonight and every
Yeah.
night. No pressure.
That'll work.
But yeah, you've seen Lion on the farm. There was no the woodworker's wife was just like always downright rude. They had no extra mouths they needed to feed and no work. Pretty much her words. The orchard turned out to be a little bit strange in a good way.
Okay.
But still no work available there, hence why Lion's currently working on the farm. The farm was like a last resort, really. We tried the orchard, we tried the woodworkers, we tried the farm, and the farmer said that he couldn't pay him, but he could give him a cot to sleep in.
Oh.
So Lion needs to figure out some way to make some coin to pay for
That
food.
works. Yeah, that works.
Unless the old man's gonna feed him, but the old man seems to buy meals in the stone hill inn all the time. So the old
What?
man's obviously got some coin from somewhere.
So you said the orchard was interesting? Like that was the
Yeah.
older gentleman, right? The one that Retired something?
Retired wizard, yeah. He asked us for our aspirations, which is a little bit cryptic. But I kind of pointed out that we wanted to make a difference. We wanted to settle down in town, and that he was a retired wizard. Was he like an actual wizard? Because like we've never met an actual wizard before. And he's apparently gonna start teaching me to defend myself tomorrow morning at sunrise.
Defend how? I thought, aren't wizard always like the bookish type? Like that's from the stories we've heard. Like,
Yeah.
Are you learning magic?
Seems so.
Yeah. That's huge, Anna. You're learning magic.
Well, yeah. I kind of asked the same question to Lion when we left. Like I asked him if I managed to persuade him to teach me magic. And that was the impression he got. I'm kind of a little bit stumped by that. Not sure that's actually what he's promised to do.
If it is, that's incredible.
I mean, that's... You can do anything with magic.
Yeah,
Presumably.
Oh goodness, I can already imagine like your performances with magic, like illusions, and like sparkles. Yeah, I can already imagine it.
Well, before we get ahead of ourselves, I'll find out tomorrow morning at dawn exactly what it is he's going to be teaching me that's self-defense. But I did mention about the red brands as well, and he said not to go poking that way. So I think, as pertains to a particular piece of parchment our feline friend recently discovered, we should probably keep that quiet.
Yeah.
Until we're ready to claim it and keep it.
Yeah, I'm not
Because
in the
suspect-
mood for a big humbum about like we already newcomers. We don't need even more attention on us. No.
Exactly. I think we should, which means we need to settle down for a couple of weeks and get ourselves sorted
Mm-hmm.
and earn a bit of coin somehow. From what I
Yeah,
gather, you're helping out for lodging and you're not getting paid
Yeah.
either.
But I think if I remember correctly, Pathan said something about the priestess, like Sister Garaelan.
Sister
Garael.
Garael, yeah.
Garael. Yeah, thank you for the correction there. Garael.
I think
Garael.
it's pronounced that
Garael.
way.
Garael. Okay, I remember it now. She maybe has some sort of job or something. Like, he wouldn't say it without an idea, but that it was true. But you know,
Okay.
could still be wrong. I'll still ask in the afternoon.
Yeah. So that's what I was gonna ask. Like, other than Heckle Lion for the rest of the afternoon, did we have any plans? Did you need to do anything else?
I mean, I kind of didn't. I didn't know exactly what we were planning to do today, so I told
Mhm.
Colleen that I'd come in the morning to help her out at dawn, like fresh at dawn. So I have
Okay.
the afternoon off. So I for sure want to go for you to your first performance tonight, this evening. But my afternoon, I just had like Garael on my schedule.
Okay. And what about you, Kit? Did you need anything else, or are you just gonna happy to mouse tomorrow morning or tonight? I guess.
I'm all set to mouse.
Okay. Well, in that case, we're probably just about getting to the farm because it's only a 5-minute walk.
Yeah.
And I assume Lion is hoeing away
Yes.
at the field.
Yep.
Make sure we approach from the back so he doesn't see us coming.
Okay.
And then we'll just sit on one of the stones within kind of visible distance and sit down and wait for Andy to pull out her hardtack, which sounds
Yep.
delicious.
I'll reach in one of the sacks and just kind of shuffle out one ration each. and one also a fourth one on a now empty stone for Lion if he wants to sit down with us.
Apparently, I didn't see you guys, so this will fucking work.
No, well, you've got high perception. I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't.
You would see.
It's not like I'm
Or-
quiet.
Ball or passive perception, so
Yeah. I suspect eventually you'd notice 3 people sitting on stones watching you work a field.
this is like, yeah, like at some point, like, he's gonna ignore you for the first little bit, and just like at some point, just like turn around and just like fling some dirt in your direction.
You get better
That's
aim. Come on, try again.
You're enjoying yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Guess you don't have any work to do, like real people.
Oh, I've got too much work to do, but my work doesn't start until this afternoon.
So I take it was he comes over to you guys now, like sits down.
Yes, thank you. So we don't have to keep shouting at each other.
Come on, have some food. Also, you worked a lot. Have some food.
Oh, thank you.
We also need to keep an eye on how much we're spending, because none of us is, as of yet, earning any coin.
I mean, I could probably, if I don't know, if I'm going into the woods, I don't know what's gonna happen, but if I'm staying here, I can probably get enough food for everyone in the surrounding area.
Is it maybe worth asking, what's his name? Almar, if he needs anything like pelts or anything like that?
Possibly. I mean,
Because he obviously makes cloaks and stuff, or the weaver makes cloaks and stuff. They might need the raw materials.
yeah.
I don't know if there's any raw materials you could gather that might be of use to people and might be something that you can at least earn some coin with.
I mean, I'm not great at skinning, but
No,
it's at
but
least
you're really
something I
good with
can-
plants and herbs.
Yeah, I can.
So,
find
I
some-
mean, there's nothing that says you can't go into the forest and herb. Even if they're just herbs for cooking ingredients and stuff, the Stonehill Inn's going to need cooking ingredients.
Sure.
And it might only be small amounts of coin, but right now anything's better. I mean, you might be able to exchange the cooking herbs for a meal every day.
Possibly.
At least then that covers your food, right?
Yeah. I mean, at least for now, at least for tonight, I have a place to sleep. But like I said, I'm planning to head out early tomorrow morning. And
Yeah.
see if we can find
Searching for the druid.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the Eater Meth, he was asking about other aspirations, and you know, the thing with what we encountered with Dendrar, it's not that it really affects me. I mean, I know what I look like and how people react to that. But at least if I can just learn something, I don't have to be afraid. Stuff with this red brands, the forest, there's goblins everywhere. After the attack, I just don't want to feel afraid, and if he finds a way, or he knows a way that I can at least live with this part of the fear, then the rest should be easier, right?
Yeah. I don't think any of us should be living in fear, but we do need to keep in mind it's a frontier town.
It's
Not
dangerous.
the safest of places to live, no. So
I don't know, maybe I'm really bad at it and I return and I have to find something else, but I know that there's this magic stuff that Eatermath was going to teach you. I'm not good with learning, I'm not good with remembering things, so...
Yeah, but you're good with your hands.
True.
you've always been good with creatures, and you've always been good with the herb gathering and that kind of thing, so...
Yeah.
It's like anything, I think if you wanted to, you could put your mind to whatever you want. But there are
Just
some
because-
things that interest you more than others, and you
Yeah.
tend to work harder at those things.
Just because the woodworker's family were apparently a bit of an asshole, it doesn't mean you can't
Honestly,
find your
it's-
niche here.
That's reason enough to open up a rival carpentry
Yeah.
business. if
Yeah, I'm
honest.
all for being petty.
If we're not assholes, I want to point out at all.
I don't know, I wasn't there. I just hear it. What is?
I
This
didn't
is
say they were.
No, I'm pointing
Why-
this out because a certain someone here wanted to be lawful good and very righteous about everything. She would know that they were not assholes.
They were just scared more than anything. And
Oh.
like a lot of people in town, they don't have food for themselves, let alone more people.
I mean, it's fine. I'm not bothered by it. I don't
It's
know.
reason enough to not be dependent on others.
Mhm.
And in general, I'm not. I just for now need a place to stay. Once it gets warmer, I'm fine with pitching up a tent, honestly, and I can
I think we
Go in.
probably all are.
go into the wilds. And I don't know. For now, before we start building anything, for now it's just too cold. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't need to worry about, even if things go down the drain, you don't need to worry about needing to pitch up a tent in this cold. Like, worst case scenario, we're all gonna pitch in.
yeah, we'll figure
You're gonna be fine.
okay. And if it worst comes to worst, I do have some coin left. I can probably tie myself over and go into the wilds. It's not that bad.
Well,
I mean,
not on
you're
your
planning.
own.
You planning to go tomorrow morning already?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're capable, but are you gonna be fine still? Like, there's supposed to be goblins and now orcs too around.
I mean, that's the whole point. I get the feeling like he challenged me. That's how you want to see
Sort
it.
of a test.
He's testing me, and probably Ilana's also not gonna have an easy time with ERMF.
I suspect not.
I don't know, but you, Andy, and Kit, I don't just come here to work again as a farmer.
Yeah.
It's not really. I don't know exactly what I want with this, but what I do know is that if Melvir knows a way that I can live with this part of myself, everything is just going to be easier.
Well, he's clearly capable of defending himself in the wilds too, so
Exactly.
even if you can learn half of that.
Exactly.
All right.
So
Oh.
might as well. I can stay here as much as I want, but
I mean, if you, I'm all for you going out and, as weird as it sounds, finding yourself, but you shouldn't need to live with here or whatever. So, yeah, I know it's gonna work out for you. I know you can do it.
Just let us know when you plan on being back, so that if you're not, then
Yeah, so we
I
can
will-
welcome you
I
back.
assume because it's cold at night, you're planning to go out early morning, come back before late evening.
yeah. If he's relatively close, I definitely want to stick to the town and check up on you guys. I'm not planning to go out too far.
I want to point out that you met him at a point 3 hours outside of town.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a distance, but it's not like super far away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but I want to
travelable
point
in
out
a day. For a long
but
day's
it's
travel.
6 hours total travel time. Like
Mhm.
3
Plus
hours
3
out, 3
hours,
back.
but yeah.
Mm.
It's not like you just do a quick trip.
Yeah.
Even if you stay for a couple of days, we're gonna be here to welcome you back. You might not have a big party, but yeah, it's something,
As
right?
long as we know you're all right, that's the most important thing. It's
I
like
will-
if you say you're coming back tomorrow, then we know to expect you back tomorrow. If you say you're
I'm
coming
not
back
sh-
next week, then
Yeah. I just don't know. I mean, I first have to find him and see what his plan
Yeah,
is, and
you
maybe I
do.
can I can ask him if I have to stay with him for longer. Maybe we can go like a little bit closer to town if he's comfortable with it. I can at least pop in and let you guys know I'm fine. But
Even if you can't, as long as you can send us some kind of message, just to say you found him, he's gonna help you, you'll be gone for a week, then we know. We're not sitting here wondering if we should come out searching for you or not. And where the hell would we even start?
oh no, you'd get lost.
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth?
I don't
Kid
know what
gets
you're on
lost
about.
just by jumping off a caravan.
I
Yeah.
don't know what you're on about. I have a perfect sense of direction.
Uh-huh. Right.
Really good at getting lost, really good at getting found again.
I think you'll find I found you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, in the middle of a town. Not so
Yeah.
hard to do.
Now you just need to find your clothes.
Yes, let us know when you
Probably
find
a
your
long one.
clothes. Yeah, I suspect so.
Yeah, but
But yeah.
Oh yeah, I will. Of course, if I have the possibility to send a message, or maybe I can. Okay, let me say it like this. I will try to come back. If not tomorrow night, I will come back in a couple of days and at least let you guys know I'm fine. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't find him and I come back tomorrow and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for your first day out exploring, you can do close to 12 hours of searching, which is a lot of traveling. You are going to be
Cool.
exhausted after that.
do you need
But-
the rations? I have 6 more left if you want.
I have one, and honestly, I learned enough that I can probably eat
It's
these
early
lands.
spring. No, you
Lands-
don't. Nah. Like, I'm gonna correct you right here. Considering you have experience out in nature, this early in the spring, it's very sparse out there. It was a very rough winter. So you would have zero confidence about being able to find food out in the forest.
What?
Oof.
It's my Outlander feature fucking nerfed. Okay.
Yeah, but your Outlander feature still has to rely on what season it is and what food you can find.
Okay.
I can give you like
You'll be
half
fine.
now if you only plan to go for a couple of days or something, or we can go to Athens, like to
I can
Yes,
go to,
guys.
I can go to Barthens, no worries.
yeah. But before you spend money, you can get mine. It's no problem.
I don't need to spend your money first, Andy.
It's
no, it's not.
food.
She's
Eat the
got the
food.
rations
Oh,
already. They're
right.
going to go off anyway.
Yeah.
Eventually.
I mean, we could
So
do a couple more days where we just sit and watch you farm if you want that to happen while we eat
No.
rations. But you can also take them
No.
with you. It's perfectly alright.
I mean, that would be great. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let me just fish around the sack for a bit and just take out 2 water like what's the name? Water things.
Water skins.
skins.
Yeah, 2 water skins and then give you a sack with like 6 more rations in it. Let me just
Can trade. Request trade.
Yep. Request
Can
rate.
test out that.
Request treat.
Well, it's a button on the left side. Left.
Yeah,
left corner.
underneath players.
sounds like we're playing an MMO at this point.
yeah, how the fuck does request trade work?
You can send me a trade request.
Well, you can send a request.
Alright, I will send you a trade request.
No, I'm gonna. Okay.
Oh.
Why
How
are
the-
just dragging it from one sheet to
accept-
another?
And then I
Okay.
can drag and drop items, so I'm not gonna. I'm not
But
gonna give you shit.
okay. Let me see. I gave you the sack. In the sack should be 6 rations.
No, I'm just gonna.
Oh, I
accept
can't. Did I cancel or did I fuck it up?
it. No, I think I got a sack. It's
Yeah.
heavy as shit, so.
Look in the sack. Should have 6 rations in it.
He doesn't have access to the sack, mind you. I want to point out.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Let me give you the access to Cassandra's sack. That sounds so wrong, but sure.
I don't have a sack though.
Lena, Abel, owner, safe. There you go.
Okay, and I think I can. Yeah, rations.
Awesome. That works. Hey,
Amazing.
new toy works. Nice. All right.
Yeah. But why is this stack is like, it says for me it's like 30 pounds, but there's only 12 pounds of rations in there.
I had like 4 more rations in there, plus like 2 water skins to full one, so it probably didn't deduct the other ones. So
Right,
you need to
right.
add it, like deduct it manually. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, no,
I had
I'll do
yeah,
that. That's
yeah. I
much
had to
better.
manually add the weight because it didn't do that automatically. I don't
It
know.
doesn't do the weight, you have to manually do it.
Yeah. So minus 4 rations and minus 2 water skins.
Amazing.
Or
Thank you.
just do like 6 times rations
Yeah, that also works.
to make
Nah,
Here you go.
Nah, I got the sack. That's it. You lost that one.
Here you go. Now you can officially survive 6 days in the wild. You're welcome.
7. I have 1 point.
7,
of
yes.
rations. Yeah.
Exactly. Woo! Maybe in
So-
those 7 days you can scrounge up
So-
enough.
So I'll be
food
back
to-
in definitely 7 days. So.
Yes. Or in 7 days you can scrounge up enough food for 3 more days.
I don't know.
Who knows?
So at this point, you kind of go about the rest of the day. I will now kind of transition into a bit of more like a macro level stuff that you're doing. Andy, eventually you will be able to talk to Sister Garael.
Mhm.
What was Andy's plan? What did she want to do there? Talk me through it.
Honestly, first just introduce myself as the newcomer and explain that I'm together with my friends looking to settle, and also was interested in the temple itself because I am a devout believer of Agma. And then also let her know that while I am
Well,
working in the morning.
You will get interrupted there and get like a
Uh-huh.
very smart, assy kind of lecture about like how the shrine is not devoted to Ogmar. It's actually a shrine devoted to Tamora. It's the shrine of luck. Yes, people leave idols there, and she kind of like tolerates it. But technically, she's the caretaker here. But the shrine is not dedicated to Ogmar, right?
I acknowledge that and sort of, I'll.
And she will lecture you how a lot of people don't take the time to know the correct things about the correct, knowledge and in the correct way and informing themselves. And this town would thrive much better if people would just learn more things.
Actually, Andy's face brightens up at that and just.
But like,
he
I
just
want to
kind of-
point out, this is like gonna be like a full, like a half an hour rant where you don't get a single word in about her ranting,
Yeah.
how people are just too lazy and they don't learn anything, and they would thrive much better, and they wouldn't be pestered by some, pests calling themselves the red brands, who are like. And then she goes into a rant of like how they're like uneducated peasants, basically, not knowing about anything, and they just want to like live easy and fuck over other people. She uses a bit more like scholarly language for that. But basically, like, you get like a half an hour of like full on her very seriously going off on a tirade, right?
Yeah, and the funny thing is, it's probably the exact opposite of how the face journey of how people usually go. Instead of good to bad, it's just like passive to hey, I like what I'm hearing somewhat at the core of it, not itself, but at the core of it. And it's just,
And then at
I
some
actually.
point, she kind of like Andy does, like, goes into a 10th topic eventually, and then at some point she just stops and goes like, where was I? What were you here? What do you want? Who are you?
You. I'm sorry. My name is Andy Cassandra. You mentioned that you know the proper way of things and everything. Would you mind teaching me? Actually, like I would be so interested in what you consider to be the proper way of everything, because I don't have any like structured formal education in that way at all.
She will be like, well, she doesn't just teach things. Like, she does teach the children because this is her duty to educate the next generation. But you're clearly no longer a child. And then she would kind of segue into, let me tell you about my Lord and Savior, the deity Ogma. And she full on has this like how Christians have this like converting, born again Christian style. Like, she will act like if she can wrangle you into the faith of Ogma, she will 100% do that.
Yeah, and Andy's just bobblehead and style, just nodding along.
So basically, by the end of the day, you will be an acolyte of Ogma. She will point out to you that she cannot ordain you as a priest, like that. That's later down the line. But if you work hard and learn a lot and help around the school and the house and the temple, and educate yourself and learn a lot, she stresses the learning so much. Maybe you can be like her one day.
I'd appreciate that so much.
And basically, by the end of the day, you will be absolutely, she also like, you're gonna sleep here because you have to get up early, no rest for the learned. And
okay. Just need to. Okay, I'll talk with my prior accommodations
I want
then.
to stress that this woman takes knowledge very serious, right?
I think we're gonna go on well. We're gonna go along perfectly fine.
Yeah. So yeah, that's for that. But otherwise, like I said, I wanna transition more into like a macro level thing. So kind of go like over what's gonna happen over the next 10 days.
Okay.
I want to start with Matt. Matt.
Yes.
Because the mousing thing, like there's like two mice. Like you dealt with them pretty much during the first night. However, over the course of the next 10 days, because I assume you guys are just like gonna spread out, get to know the town, right? One of the places that you will be kind of recruited into, right? But because Colleen will talk about how really like capable you were, and she tells one person, tells the other person, tells the third person, and you will kind of strike the kind of draw the attention of Halia Thornton, who works in she runs the freaking Lion Shield Coster. No, sorry, the Miners Exchange. She runs the Miners Exchange. Yeah, sorry, like brain all over. She runs the Miners Exchange, and she will be like, well, she would actually have use for somebody who's like quick and can like cover, like go to all the miners, pick up whatever they gathered, and do like, so she doesn't have to chase them down. So basically like an errant cat.
You get to see all the shinies before they get delivered.
Yeah.
Oh.
She kind of like, you will all get the sense that Halia has like an eye for people and talent, and something about Kid kind of struck her like, yeah, I like that. And she will also over the next week basically I got this like thing, like this jammed padlock here, play around with it and try to pick it open, right? We don't have the key anymore.
Yeah.
And she will start kind of like giving you, on top of like the errands that you're running, little tasks to like learn stuff, like it looks benign, but over the next 10 days basically OC, you learn your first level of rogue.
Oh.
Right.
Hell yeah.
And because Narcillian is not there, nobody gets any impressions about what her motives are. It's just like, oh yeah, she's a tough businesswoman. She's no nonsense, right? But it seems she's very like tactical. But she's seen something in Kid that she likes well enough to deal with her. So yeah, and you can sleep in the hayloft at the elderly farm, because just your presence keeps the mice away.
Hell yeah.
In the meantime, your cupcake will regenerate every midnight. So you at least have breakfast every day. And Halia will pay you enough of pocket money to basically for you to have food for the next 10 days.
Oh, I'm sorted. And I promise everything I was sent to gather from the miners was delivered promptly.
Yes. It's basically check on them, have they like picked up more minerals, have they mined more things. If they have, bring it back, have it measured, she will give you the coin and you will deliver it back to them, and basically, stuff like that.
Yeah.
She has some back rooms in the Binance Exchange which you haven't seen over those 10 days, but like occasionally she, like I said, she will bring you like I don't know, oh, this little box is jammed here, have some lock picking tool and try to get it open so we can see what's inside and stuff like that. During the 10 days, that male drow that you met on the road shows up one more time to basically make a delivery and pick up more things and just be on his way. He will recognize you because of course he does. They are very businesslike. They've disappeared to the back room at some point. You don't know what that's about, but you're kind of busy doing your errands. And then he goes away again. And that's basically your 10 days. Nothing too exciting, but enough to teach you your first level.
Yeah.
The next one would be Andy. So,
Yep.
What skills have you settled on?
Let me just open it real quick. Skills are medicine and insight from the class, and from the subclass religion and history.
Okay. So the insight you will get because she clearly deals with a lot of the townspeople from the temple, and some people come to just like talk, and it kind of helps a bit with and she kind of gives you like some insight about you will get like the most knowledge about the town from her as well, but there's gonna be a lot of basically, oh, here's these 10 tomes, read, I will text you on it by tomorrow. So basically you spend a lot of your 10 days either helping with the kids, helping around the temple, cleaning the house, because she makes sure that you get like the usual acolyte treatment of like how a temple servant would be treated, of like you have to clean, you have to carry things around, but also teaching you kind of the history of the bucket, the history of the broom, including it, like basically showing you how every tiny thing has developed for something before, has had a history to it, has like, basically everything has a history, even the most mundane things. So she is like the most nerd of everything ever.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you get a lot of history books, a bit like a lot of the region of the Sword Coast North in general, Phandelver in particular, from the first time it was built to now. But like you get like a lot of general history, aka you will be the number one person I will be making, letting you roll history checks for all sorts of things, because she has quite like a book collection of general knowledge. And mind you, this is the first time ever you've seen a library or something akin to it.
Oh yeah. It's definitely a religious experience.
To you it's a religious experience because you've never seen this many books in one place ever, right? But basically over the course of the next 10 days, this is what you're doing. Lodging you will get at Heirs, you will get food from her. You can see that she also like relies a lot on you being there. Like there will be also some time where like she just leaves for 2 days and leaves you basically in like not at the beginning, like towards the end of the 10 days. She will also like you will notice after she returned that she had a bit of a limp, like she hurt herself. But you also will find out from other townsfolk, like when she leaves you alone with them, that when she's not teaching, preaching, or tending to the temple, she very often sets out in the environment like around Phandelver to just dig up other knowledge from somewhere else in the area. So
she is my hero.
Yeah. She is very serious. I don't think you have seen her laugh a single time in those 10 days. There's also a lot of times where she's just lost in whatever she's studying. But in those 10 days, you also learn enough that she does take care of the temple because she has been like assigned as like the local priest, basically, taking over from the previous priest of Temora, who retired and went somewhere else. But she doesn't really want to be here. She would rather like be outside in the world, exploring, adventuring, and gaining knowledge by just being out and about.
Very understandable.
Yeah. Do you have any questions?
Not currently, no.
Okay. Chris! Unmute, maybe. I don't know. Hello?
Yeah.
You have of course, every evening you're going to be at the tavern, which means you also pick up a lot of rumors, local rumors.
Do I pick up any extra coin too?
No.
Wow. Okay.
No, you get lodging and food for 10 days.
Okay.
And
nobody in the town tips me at all for my amazing performances.
Wow.
No, the extra tipping is also like partially giving you extra food and stuff, but no extra tipping. This week is gonna be, basically you end up on not earning anything extra. Because none of the others are earning anything extra either.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Just let me scroll to the actual rumors. Second. I'll send you a list of that afterwards because I don't want to spend 5 minutes digging for it. I had it somewhere and I kind of lost where my handout is. Anyway, in the meantime, you are being taught by Darren, basically under his tutelage. He will start you on the basics of spellcasting, the magical theory, like very easy things like cantrips to begin with, right? He is going to be impressed by how quickly you pick up things, right? And over the next 10 days, while he's like when it's like those quiet things, when you're like just spending time like retracing certain magical symbols with chalk, on the floor and stuff like that. He will spend some of the time kind of quietly watching you, just like in the background. Nothing creepy, but he's definitely observing, right?
Kind of expect him to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But basically, he gives you like the magical theories, like some whatever you're getting in level 1, including the first spells you're learning, and basically you just practice this for 10 days when you're not in the evening performing at the inn.
Mhm.
Any questions?
Presuming the mechanics are we are leveling to level 1, is he providing her with a spell book of some kind?
One of the days, once you've done like before, like learning the basic cantrips where you didn't have need to have a spell before, right?
Mhm.
One morning, when you show up, there's like a spell book sitting on the table for you,
Okay.
and he provides it. Yes.
Okay. And presumably the list of spells which I'm permitted to choose from is restricted based on what he's got.
Yes. I'm letting you
Okay.
pick your cantrips because he has a very wide knowledge.
Yeah, sure.
But
And we'll discuss that during the week.
yeah, I will then show you
We
what
can
spells
do
you
specifics.
Yeah.
We can do that later.
But yeah, even you would notice after a while that he has the exact same eye color as you have. And he will also like kind of interact with once in a while. He's very like focused on teaching you and training you because it's a lot to take in 10 days, and the only reason why you're managing it is because of your keen mind, right?
Yes.
You will continuously find that he's deeply surprised how quickly you pick things up.
Yeah, almost like he has taught someone else before, presumably,
But
and
also
realized that it was a
comparing
waste
it
of
to
time.
himself, like, he's
his own
comparing-
knowledge of how
his own-
quickly he
right,
progressed.
Yeah, and he said like the stuff that you're picking up this quickly, it took him years to master.
Seems like I found my calling then. Yeah.
And he's like has like almost like a quiet pride, at how well you pick things up. But yeah.
I'm assuming he teaches me a lot about magic just in general from Arcana and
Yes.
from
You
Insight
get
being
a
my
lot
other
of-
skill.
You get insight from just being in the tavern and talking to a lot. Like that's not something.
So so the Arcana is trained by him. The Insight is from listening into rumors and
Yeah,
watching
yeah,
people and how
yeah.
they behave, kind of stuff. Cool.
And you're just sharing her knowledge over the like every time you get together. It's like a
Mhm.
constant blah 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 about the town.
Yeah.
As she does.
Mhm.
Because she's also like learning a bunch of stuff, so you almost like have to like block out when you get together with her, so you're like not overwhelmed on top of all the knowledge you're getting from Darren.
Good. Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good.
But the cantrips he easily can perform is dancing lights, mage hand, message, and prestidigitation. Just so you know.
Dancing.
I'm still gonna let you like he knows more than those, but those are the ones he prefers for himself.
Message and what?
Dancing lights,
Dancing
mage
lights.
hands, message, and prestidigitation, magically.
Yeah. All good. It's just for my notes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the ones he's probably tried to show me, and she's manifested her own cantrips, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Using his idea of how to shape stuff. Yep, figure out the rest. I assume we are going to be leveling up outside of session?
No, we can do it at the end of this.
Okay.
Because I want to do this together, so in case there's like questions and also stuff. Anyway.
Yeah.
Any questions otherwise?
Nope.
I got a question. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because Chris asked about the magic thing, I was reminded about the magic thing. Should we talk during the week about how the magic
No,
is
she
suddenly
will.
there development
Well,
happened?
it's no. The Sister Garel, like basically, she will induct you into a priestess, like, and she will test you if you have an affinity for reaching out
Receiving
to
the
Ogma
divine.
and receiving the divine. Right? It's all about you asking Ogma to favor you, and she will then quickly find out that Ogma does indeed favor you. But there's not a thing she can teach you. This is magic knowledge from a priest is given by the deity, right? You
Okay,
can
yeah.
ask and you may receive it. So I want to point out in the future, because you have like the entire first level spell list. Ask me when you want to prepare a spell whether Ogma is gonna grant you that. And there might be situations where you may not get it.
Okay, I'll note that down.
Because again, you're asking the deity, and the deity is gifting you, and they're not exactly at your beck and call, right? So sometimes you will ask for something and you will not get it. Whatever you had prepared the previous day, you don't lose it, but you will not always get the things you ask for.
Okay, thank you.
Got to keep those church donations up.
But what
Yep.
Sister Gara also notices that you're also gifted with like the deity reaching out to you. She will redouble her enthusiasm about teaching you as well, right? So she will jealously keep you of like, oh yeah, this is my acolyte now. Yeah, I'm gonna forge you into a proper Ogma priest. You almost get like the sense that she's training her replacement in Phandelver. So she can go somewhere else, right?
I got the vibe of that too. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Chris, any more questions from your side?
Nothing from me.
Oh, Matt, did you have any questions I forgot to ask?
Nah, not really.
Okay. Well, then Abo?
Yeah.
Abo.
Yes.
Nacillion, you spent a while. Your first day, you basically spent looking for him, right? And you will find him not on the first day. So you spend like a miserable night out in the forest.
Probably would have gotten the 2% 10 from Ilana, just FYI.
I will let it count, right?
Best come back with no holes in it.
It gives you a look like you know me. There will be holes in it.
On the second day, you almost give up when you finally find them in the forest. You're way off the path of the track. Like further north, like way past it, like the little trail that like forks off the tri-board towards Phandelver. You're like way past it, actually in the proper Neverwinter wood. And you finally find him, and he kind of like almost like he expected you. And the first thing you gotta spend doing, completely wordlessly, he's just like, he's gonna make you build a hut, not a hut, a tent, but not the tent like you used to. He, like, if you try to pitch the tent that Ilana gave you, he's fine with that, but he still wants you to build whatever he has you build it. And then after like a day of like him like shaking his head like adjusting you, you will realize that whatever you like after it's done and how he's setting up the fire and stuff, it's a sweat tent, like Northern American,
Yep.
Yeah. So, and basically your 10 days pass almost like on a spiritual journey. Like you build up the sweat tent. He has you find certain herbs. as you make certain herbs. And it's, again, he's never actually explaining anything. He's having you gather. It's like, get this, get that, cook it there. He will, like, you know, when it's properly cooked, he will be like, yeah, it's done. And there's like, drink it. And then you just find out what he's actually wanting to do by just doing it and seeing the result, right? So you don't know it's a sweat tent until it's done, and you're sitting in there, and he told you like to get stripped and sit in there. In the meantime, you get the herbs, so like you start. It's a lot of meditation that you go through, following those tasks that he just gives you to do, and he's barely talking, right? It's just his way. You get it. Like, A, he's probably not really used to talking because he's like constantly alone. And B, there's not really a need, right? But basically under his guidance, you kind of learn to sit in the sweat lodge, drink this herbal tea, and go on spiritual journeys. And you basically spend the 10 days delving into these trance-like states where you connect with the spirit realm, and kind of just learning to traverse it. There's always something in the distance, like you know how the air flickers above a flame, right? Like you can always like see something, and every time you kind of go towards it, it kind of goes out of your reach. But basically you get the impression what he's doing, and it's like he's also guiding you like with like beating a little drum just to like guide you into the trance state. That he's just teaching you how to traverse it on top of like the basic skills you're learning throughout the next 10 days just being around him. You know, the usual survival druid stuff, you know. He will also, if you want to leave to talk to your friends about not coming back for a while, he will kind of make one of the nearby birds, like what's the reddish belly bird, Chris? Is it robin?
It's a red robin, yeah.
Red robin, bobbin.
Yeah, yeah. That's the ones we have in the garden, right? He kind of like calls a red robin to him, and kind of tells you to speak your message, and then lets it fly away, and basically casts animal messenger. He will also teach you how to draw on nature's forces, and basically after, this is very late. So after like the initial good half of the time, you start to draw on it to the point of like where you start like pulling, like manifesting, you know, nature's magic for the first time. And this is also why you spend like basically the first 5-6 days just doing these like trance states to learn to feel it, to recognize it, to read it, right? Because nature magic is more like you have to become one with nature, draw on nature, and you need to recognize what it feels like, right? Yeah. And very similar, like Andy with her, you know, deity. Sometimes magic doesn't answer, right? So please also, when you're preparing first level spells in the future, or any level spells, ask me if this is something you can actually even manifest where you are at the moment, because nature may not have the resources for that where you are, right?
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
So it's all about being in tune, but he also like teaches you a lot about the circle of life, so to say, right? It's not less like just, like kumbaya, living with nature and everyone is like happy, but he shows you like a lot of like, oh yeah, this animal eats that, you know, and then that animal dies over here, and then that gets regenerated into plant life, you know. So that like part of nature is this like cycle of life and death, and this is natural and normal and even necessary. And he will teach you about, when a certain speed, like if there's too many foxes, there will be no rabbits left. If there's too many rabbits, then that usually means there will be more foxes, and then the foxes eat the rabbits, and and that kind of minimizes it. But if they eat too many rabbits, then there will be also less foxes, like that cycle. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, and he will need, like, basically he kind of hints at this, but not really delving too deep. If you push the topic of living with the flame, he will be like, that will come later, but he will hint at that living with the flame is understanding that sometimes things need to be destroyed in order for other things to live. But he will kind of push away on the topic of you're not ready yet.
But does that tie in well within, because I have to choose 2 cantrips, and I was looking at both produce flame and control flames. Does he initiate me enough into that part that I can let those cantrips make sense? Okay.
You will only get enough of a clue that he sees that you have been touched by the flame. And you will think at the beginning that he means it literally because of scars, right?
Yeah.
But as you start manifesting your nature magic for the first time, it will manifest. Basically, it will choose your path for you, and it will manifest as that. Like, you will not get any of the knowledge that, like, other druid circles get of, like, oh, these are the circles and this is how they work, because he's not the kind of teacher. He's very
he's like
shamanic.
Yeah, and he's also not really in a circle, right? So he doesn't really associate with that.
And also at the end of those 10 days, you will know exactly nothing about him still.
Perfect. Yeah.
But yeah, you guys, for the rest of you, actually Ilana will probably get the animal messenger of the robin showing up and going with Narcillian's voice. You want to let Ilana know what the bird said?
Yes. I don't have the exact words of the message, but basically that he's fine. He's far north. He will come back when he's allowed. Well, not when he's allowed to, when he can, and not to worry. Basically, that in not really elegant words. It's kind of like stumbly, probably, but you get the gist of it. He's okay.
Sounds like he basically put the robin in front of you and went, send your message, and you were like, oh shit, I thought I'd have time to think about it.
Yeah, exactly like that.
So she expected that you were unexpectedly asked to send a message, and obviously she will relay that to Darren to see if he has any knowledge of animals being used as messengers, because that seemed to be magic, and she'd be curious about it. Ginny.
Yeah.
So does Darren know about animal messengers?
Let me check.
It's a bard druid ranger spell, so probably not.
Yeah.
He knows.
Well, he might know of it, just doesn't know how it works.
Yeah, I mean, he will say that this is part of nature's magic, not something he knows how it works, but he has seen druids use it.
Cool. Okay.
He said, like, you have something similar with objects in arcane magic.
Yeah.
Where you can enchant an object to deliver a message on a trigger.
Well, it's a bit like your messaging cantrip as well, I presume. Except that it's just using a bird as a conduit.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. It's he will explain it's like magic mouth, but using a bird instead of an object.
Yeah, trying not to dive back into the RP side of things.
Yes. But yeah, he will compare it to magic mouth and basically explain what magic mouth is and say like this is beyond your capability at the moment.
Yeah, for now.
But it's similar in the sense that like it's you enchant something to deliver a message, except that druids have the benefit of being able to communicate with nature, which wizards obviously not really can do.
Mm-hmm.
But he will hint that some wizards get to commune with other more interesting things. Anyway, that's pretty much it. You want to level, you guys?
But one more question that I completely overlooked until now. I just reread the subclass thing and I completely always skipped over the part that said I also learned 2 languages.
Oops.
Oops. My bad.
Yeah, you should probably add that you were learning the basics of those languages with Grandma.
Yeah.
Song.
I'ma do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
if one of them's Dwarvish, then that kind of makes sense.
She currently has Dwarvish, but I can. If one of them is Elvish, then that would make sense that she has a bit of baseline with Guerrero adding a bit on top.
Yeah.
I mean, we would have picked up things from our sitting.
Yeah, so that would have been easier.
Yeah. You certainly would have been present when we were speaking Elvish and you kind of came up to join the conversation, and we would have stopped speaking Elvish at that point, so you would certainly have picked up quite a lot from
The
that.
other language you learn is she basically hands you a tome. It's like you have to spend this many hours reading it, and at the end of it you have the language.
Okay.
She basically hands you a magic tome. That, like...
Okay.
Yeah.
Any preferences which? Any preferences which?
Knowledge is knowledge.
Knowledge is knowledge, so I'm letting you choose.
Abyssal.
Okay. Okay.
Infernal.
Let Lena choose her own, Chris. Shush.
Wild that I could just choose, but okay, I'll try to be reasonable.
Merely throwing in a suggestion.
OST.
Nah, we had enough of that in the last campaign.
Yep. Okay. So we can start.
You guys can start level 1. Let's do this while we're sitting here all together.
Whew. Okay.
We need to click the button, but we only have 50 XP. Don't we need 300 to level up?
No, you need 300 for level 2.
Then we need 0 for level 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Confirm your class source. SRT.
Finally able to click the buttons.
For the hit points for the first level, what do we do?
Full.
Yes.
Maximum value?
Maximum value plus your constitution modifier.
Amazing.
0.
So maximum value.
Yeah.
But hey, I am no longer 2 HP. I now am 10.
I guess we don't get any of the starting equipment, right? We skip that one.
You skip the starting equipment, yes.
Yep.
You gotta buy that.
Ooh.
Rogue.
Skip. Oh, I do get the spell book though.
Yes, you do, but this is because the guy gave it to you. And because Wizard kind of needs it.
So select hit points, increase mode to maximum value?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It didn't do it correctly for me. Just so
No,
you know.
it didn't do it for me either. It just gave me 6 hit points.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. So you can click that one or you can skip it because it doesn't really work.
Yeah, you
have to
can do it
manually.
manually. There's like a little cog next to your max. With plus max. I'm saying to Matt.
Oh.
And then you can add.
I'm used to being the slow one here.
How do you do what? How do you do the increase? Oh, there you go. Okay, see it.
There's a cog next to the word max.
It's not 11. So I have
My
8 in the...
my cantrip choice, just to check in with you about that because I had 3 cantrips and the magic thingy.
Yeah.
Light, guidance, and sacred flame. That good?
Yes.
Awesome.
I get to
Oh, it's
choose
so
4
easy to
skill
pick priest
proficiencies.
ones.
Yes, you
Yeah.
get to choose 4 skill proficiencies.
Rogues are skill monkeys.
Oh my god, I've already got 4. That's the thing.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, I only get 2 though. Sad.
I would recommend stuff like acrobatics and athletics right off the bat.
Yep.
Or
And
just
then-
acrobatics potentially.
And then, well,
He has a lot to choose from, so
yeah, I
Yeah.
have 12. I have 12 strength.
yeah. Wow.
Hey, that's better than my 7.
The skill in it is gonna help that even more.
Hmm. Hmm.
I'm now on the
Yeah.
language section, so it's very
I would also recommend investigation, Matt.
Yep. And that leaves 1 more.
Intimidation.
Deception.
Deception he already has.
Okay.
Okay. I
Okay.
chose.
Because Halia absolutely isn't a very intimidating woman. You would have learned over the next 10 days how to be like that. You know, because cats sometimes are also very good at like imitating. At least tabaxi are.
Alright. I'm
Okay,
going with Draconic.
Yeah, you can go with
Draconic.
Draconic.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Ooh.
because what else holds knowledge? Dragons.
True.
Yeah, it's a good choice. Yeah.
Understand. That's deep.
So now I have
Yeah.
to prepare spells.
I mean, the
So
prepared
skip.
spells you can, you know, do whenever.
But I have to ask you, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, it's expertise time. Or I could take Thieves' Tools and 1 expertise.
Yeah, I mean, you get expertise in thieves' tools. And then 1 more, yeah.
Oh. What should I put my expertise into?
Well, sleight of hand is good.
Sleight of hand is good, but I have a feeling I'm not going to be doing much stealing.
Stealth is
Sleight
good.
of hand doesn't necessarily always mean stealing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You might
is
use
good.
sleight of hand to trick someone into swapping an item out.
Yeah.
Before they take it off
Or
you.
placing an item.
Or
somewhere.
placing an item somewhere. Yeah.
Definitely.
I think stealth.
Yeah, and definitely take thieves' tools. Like, I fully recommend.
Yeah. I now have a +9 to stealth.
Jeez. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what should
rogues
my
are perfect.
max? What should my max HP be?
You had 4 before.
Yeah.
Your
12.
Yeah.
I've got a +2 to con.
Oh, so it's 14. Yeah, rogue gets D8, so it would be an 8.
Oh, hell.
Yeah, so your max HP should be 14.
There we go.
And now you also have proficiency +2 instead of +1.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. I accidentally clicked. Oh, you can roll these tools directly from that part.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
Like on the front sheet where the attributes are, where you have like your tool proficiencies, if you just click on the
Oh.
words thieves tools, it rolls it.
Ooh, very nice.
Hmm.
Hell yeah.
Very nice.
I would like to store that roll for later on.
Nope, I'm deleting it.
How dare you? My divination wizard will remember this.
Oh, how does the spell point thing like? Look, can you look at my sheet? I don't think do I need to change something to make it a spell point, not a thing, or not? Because are we doing just spell normal or spell points?
We're doing spell points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
We have to do
It
the
isn't.
manual probably.
yeah. How the fuck does that work?
Well, you have it in 5e tools.
Okay.
Spell points.
You basically get 6 spell points.
No, 4. 6 is second level.
Oh yeah, sorry, 4. Yeah,
4. Okay.
and the first level costs 2. So for first level, it doesn't really matter if you're doing spell slots or spell points. It's basically the same.
Yeah.
It only starts making a difference when you hit the second level spells.
Okay.
I loved spell points when I last played with them because it lets you use so many more spells.
At the beginning, I would say ceremony you would definitely get. No, actually no. Ceremony I would say you will not get until you get ordained properly. Right? As an acolyte,
Okay.
no ceremony for you.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. I think purify food and drink and yeah. That's an easy one. And detect poison and disease. That's like the standard thing that she does for the villages as well, right?
Okay.
So I think
Should I prepare that?
you can prepare those, yeah.
Okay. Purify and detect. Okay.
How many can you prepare?
2 more. I can prepare 4.
Yeah. We can talk about it when the time comes, but like detect poison and purify food and drink easily.
Okay.
Don't forget, as a cleric, you need to have a ritual spell prepared in order to cast it as a ritual spell.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Let me note this down.
And she also taught you like the medical knowledge because again, she kind of doubles as sometimes as like with her knowledge as in like not really a doctor, like but as in recognizing things and being able to stir people like, oh yeah, I mean you should do this or that, like from theory, right? So
Yeah.
she's less like a hands-on medical person, more like, oh, she knows a thing about a thing because of the vast amount of knowledge she has in her head. So you basically get like theoretical knowledge. So medicine for you is basically pure theory at this point.
Definitely, yeah. So is sorry, but just because this is the first time I'm gonna be dealing with spell points, is this like, do I have to manually detract them every time, or is it like a mod going on? Or
I think the mod did that, like click and you will find out.
okay, let me see. Let's click on this.
Purify the cupcake.
I'm detecting if the cupcake is poison.
Did you cast this as a ritual one?
No. But
okay,
is my sheet set up as normal because it's using the spell slot thing on the spell book?
Well, let me check. Because that mod is hit and miss when it comes to actually working. No, you will have to do it manually.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to check ahead of time. Alrighty.
Let me just see configure. No sheet.
I wonder.
Yeah, it doesn't have the tick box really.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Um, and for the 2 more prepared spells, bless is okay or no?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
I sent you also a list, Jenny, of spells that I had an idea, but if you disagree, let me know.
Not healing word.
Okay. Could it be Goodberry?
Yes.
Amazing. Fucking food solved.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be Thunderwave. Not in his presence.
Okay.
Anything fire related.
We don't have any first level spells that are fire related.
Let me just see.
Well, fairy fire, but it's not really fire related.
Entangle would work around him.
Okay.
Yeah, you combo that with the lighter fluid and match spell.
Yep. I can couple that with a rogue in my party.
Oh, exactly.
Ice Knife would also work around him.
Amazing.
I also want to point out that every time he casts anything fire related, the flames are blue.
Ooh.
Oh,
Fancy.
Fancy trick.
those are some hot flames.
My flames are which color? Normal?
Since medical knowledge so far is only theoretical, would that mean also no cure wounds or healing word just yet?
What? Again.
I'm just making an assumption, but would me only having theoretical medical knowledge just yet have anything to do with her having cure wounds or healing word just yet, or is that
you have to separate that. So anything knowledge skill related is one thing. Spells you're getting from Ogma, not from right?
I will divide. No, okay, all right.
So spells you're getting, basically you are praying every morning to the deity, please bless me, I need to do these things today.
All right. Okay.
And sometimes, like most of the time, you will probably get them. But on the rare occasions, depends on what the spell is, right? I will be like, no, Ogma is not answering your call on that today.
Alrighty. Good to know. Thank you very much.
Straight to voicemail.
For my last prepared one, is cure wounds okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Alrighty.
For me, is are the animal friendship and speak with animals okay?
Yeah, I said the rest is fine. Just I already told you like the ones that are not fine, just those. But yeah.
I'm rationalizing that one out as praying for help in case one of the kids like hurts themselves or whatever. Since
Yeah, I mean, yes, sure. But like, just keep in mind in the future, right? So the two approaches.
There's gonna be reasons, not without anything.
You and Nercillion are gonna be very similar in the sense that like you are getting yours, like unless the wizard, like the wizard is, you learn it, you are the one creating it, you are weaving, you are manipulating the weave, right? Wizard is very like their own knowledge, and this is why like all the spell scrolls they learn and they add to the book, right?
Mistrick can still intervene though.
Yeah, Mistrick can still intervene. And also, by the way,
like
currently
detect
Mistra,
thoughts and stuff. Against other spellcasters. She
Resurrection in this year
timeline.
In this timeline, at the moment of Forgotten Realms, the deities are very kind of frowning upon it, right?
Okay.
So, Revivify doesn't count against it because I count Revivify more like as magic CPR, right? But like, yeah, I've always treated that as magic CPR because like it's 1 minute within dying, so that's like you're still not brain dead basically. But anything like raise dead, like resurrection, true resurrection, that's gonna be a difficult thing for any of you.
What about regenerate? Wow, that's
Regenerate is
just
not
healing.
Yeah.
that's
I mean,
not.
wait,
Yeah, it's not
thinking of the
restoring
other
life,
one.
so-
That's
Think about
not
the other one.
resurrection.
Reincarnate.
Reincarnate, again, different thing. You're not really
Yeah.
resurrecting people. You are rebirthing them into a new form.
I require roughly a minute of AFK. I have to go and prepare this cookie I got with my pizza.
Okay.
But basically what I want to say, clerics are praying to a deity and the deity grants them that. Ogma, because
Intention
it's
and
such
belief,
a-
yeah.
Yeah, like, so it's not like, oh, I'm gonna do this today and my deity is gonna fucking give it to me. No, you are asking for permission. Most of the time, I will not cock block you, like, because Ogma is a very wide range deity. But again, within limitations, and you always have to be respectful. And again, it's not your own magic here, it's the deity blessing you, right?
Yeah.
And with Abel, you're a bit different because you're drawing on nature. So I'm gonna judge, like, if you, for example, up on the peak of the mountain, right? Fire is gonna get a bit dim because it's not the terrain. So I'm gonna take the terrain into account, and if the spell doesn't match the terrain at all, I'm gonna flat out say you cannot draw upon that. Right? You can bend
On the
it.
top of a volcano, however.
That's all just gonna be fire. If your tangle is fire, everything is fire.
Okay, I'm not gonna restrict you too hard, but like if a spell makes 0 sense in a certain environment, I will say you cannot draw upon.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to cast Entangle in the fucking desert, right? Okay.
I mean, yes, you can because there's still plants there, right?
That's the plan.
But Entangle in the desert will look different. Entangle in on the mountain
Oh,
peak.
entangled by a cactus.
Oh.
Damn.
But no water.
Yeah,
No
okay.
create
I will
water.
say that
Yeah.
No
Entangle-
sleet storm in the
Okay.
desert.
I
Okay.
will say that Entangle at minus 20 degrees on a frozen mountain peak probably ain't gonna work. Yeah, so that kind of stuff, right? Of course, you
it's all
have
about-
a large affinity for flames, but even those might be tricky for you in certain environments. Like most of the stuff will be fine, but also keep in mind if you're doing stuff like summoning creatures, you will be confined to creatures that are actually natural to the environment you're in. AKA, you're not gonna be able to summon, I don't know.
8 Shadow Panthers. Okay.
Yeah. Or shit like
The
that.
bounce around the room. Yeah.
And there goes my tactics. All my tactics, right?
But yeah, if it's like a mountaintop eagle and you're like in a dense like forest, probably ain't gonna happen, right?
Okay. Does that same rule apply to shape change?
Yeah, I mean, wild shapes depend on what you have seen
Wild
to
shapes.
begin with, right? You need to be familiar with the animal.
Yeah, but if I've like seen something, like I can like do it like everywhere. Is that also dependent on the
You can
environment
do it
that I am?
everywhere. If you would have
Okay.
been a circle of the land druid, I would have said like I would have restricted it even more. But you can do it everywhere. You just have to have seen it and understand the nature of the animal.
Yeah, gotcha.
But of course, restrictions apply. Like if you turn into a fucking fish in the middle of a sandbank, you will die, or like you will
Why-
pop out of it because the fish is dying, right?
Why would I?
Yeah, but just like be reasonable.
I'm not Keyleth. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Lol.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Okay, I'm all leveled up.
Also, Alina, just Ogma does reach a very wide range, but Ogma himself as the deity is more like a bard than a serious scholar. So positive spells are always going to work easier to
Mhm.
ask him for than, you know, stuff that like full on like necromancy, you know, that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be a bit harder. Like inflict wounds, for example.
Mhm.
But yeah, ceremony I will flat out veto until you're ordained properly, because
Makes sense,
that
yeah.
was always for me something that's like that's something that a proper priest does,
Mhm.
like, you know, marrying people and whatnot. So yeah, I will not like majorly block any of you with the spells, but just to make sure you understand how the mechanics behind this casting works.
Yeah, it's good to know. Once Matt is back, do we want to go with favorite moments and such?
Yeah, we can. 'Cause
We're done. We're not going to do the like we're like meeting each other again. God damn.
we can.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
The session is
Apple-
far from over.
apologies.
Okay. Okay. So,
Like you guys have been hanging out all together like every evening. It's fine. I
well,
get
let's
it.
start off with the three that have been hanging out. What have you been doing for 10 days, like in between when you were not busy?
Elana's been busy. Her mornings have been spent at the Elder Farm. I forget the name of it now. I've been spending 10 days there, but I've forgotten the name of it. Eldermath Farm.
Yeah.
Eldermath
Edamoth.
Orchard.
Yeah.
Adamath. The afternoons she's been waitressing and tavern keeping, essentially.
Not waitressing, tavern
And
keeping, and like entertaining in the evening. Because, you know, Elsa is still
Yeah.
a thing there.
Yeah. You were the one who said she was helping out by serving dinner and stuff, so
Helping around the
So, yeah.
tavern, I said, not serving dinner. Like, as in cleaning, carrying things,
Okay.
you know,
sure.
making the beds.
So I haven't really had spare time. Her mornings, afternoons, and evenings have been busy entertaining people in the tavern, essentially. But like the only bit of overlap I think anyone has is the evening.
Mhm. Yeah, I think a couple of evenings, definitely not every night, but maybe every 3 or 4 out of the 10. Yeah, Andy's gonna come by the evening for one drink and to watch Alana sort of, and maybe
Mind
stick
you,
around
even
for
that, it's
a
gonna be
bit.
stretched because late nights with Garael are very common. She's pushing
Yeah.
hard, like.
Yeah, that's why it's like 3 at max.
Yeah. So we're all kind of separate. Nobody really gets to gel much in the 10 days.
But how does the first performance go? How's any of the performances going?
It's a good question. If we go by my passive, far better than any of these townsfolk have ever experienced.
Not only that, but it's simply the difference between no entertainment and some entertainment, so, you know, they're just happy.
Yeah. So it's better than they've ever had before, but not good enough to tip well, apparently.
Hey, they're buying you extra
They're
drinks.
poor
That can
people.
sound
Yeah, I know. But yeah, that's basically Alana's evening. She, I don't know, probably appears exhausted by the end of the evening because she's having early mornings, like afternoons, her lull where she gets to relax a little bit. Then her evenings she's spent kind of performing. So the afternoons, occasionally she's kind of outside the inn, probably just walking around the streets, practicing her music for her performances. That's it.
The few times Andy has time to hang out at the inn, which are the few times, it's visible that she's also getting her time spent well, which She doesn't really counter the same exhaustion as Alana has, but similarly in the sense of there's a bit of buffering time for her as her brain has to restart after the little break she gets, and after that she still has that. She's brimming to the top with energy on, hey, I learned this and that, but there's a dip in between with I can breathe for a second, my head hurts. Very much mirroring Alana from her morning activities.
Yeah, I imagine their conversations are basically like, what did you learn today? Quickly, I've got like 2 minutes between performances.
Yeah, I can pack like 50 words inside my brain today.
Yeah, and just kind of a shared conversation, 2 minutes over a quick drink before Alana has to get up and start performing again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In that vein, yeah.
And presumably Kit is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, what's Kit doing?
Mousing
In the evenings.
No,
Yeah.
like I said,
Standing in the hayloft, threatening
no,
the mice to not
stop
return.
Stop it,
You can just like leave hairs around.
Mousing was only the first night. Again, there were not that many mice.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Mhm.
So, but like I said, what happened was like one person told the other person, told another person, and then basically Halia got curious. And this is how Kit became employed by the Mice Exchange.
Yeah, so I guess I'm in between shifts, just chilling out, and then
And also, you don't really have real shifts. Like, whenever she has a task, she has a task, which is like all kinds of during the day. So sometimes you would have nothing for like a whole half day or a day, and then, you know, very
and then
irregular hours. So I think the one who had the most time to go around the town and look at other things is Kit, actually.
hell yeah. Let's see, what would be a good thing to check out?
Would we see Kit in the evenings or anywhere during the day?
Yeah, probably
Putting those sneaking skills to the test to go and check out the manor.
Oh, that's... Ooh.
So
I thought you might like that.
Yeah, no. That's dangerous.
So, in the meantime, like, some of you were a bit more sheltered, right? Like, Andy definitely, because she spent most of the time. But one thing that Andy would have picked up as well is that the wife of Phandelver at some point showed up and basically crying to Sister Garael that her husband is missing and that he was probably killed by the Red Brands. Of course, no proof, no body, but you will basically discover that he was, that they were kind of making leering comments at her, and her husband wasn't having any more the like bullying behavior, and just basically one of the days went to tell them his mind, and he didn't return since then.
Oh.
So that's something that kind of shook the entire town. It would have been very difficult for all three of you to like not notice that. But the one person who experienced them going around and kind of like bullying people the most would have been Kit. So you're still not sure why they're called Red Brands, but they have like these like faded red cloaks. Like they have like various levels of gear and armor, and they all look like very rough thugs. Like you know the kind of person where you look at them and go like, oh yeah, these are criminals.
Yeah.
So yeah, they look like that, but they all seem to wear this red cloak as like the trademark uniform of them belonging to the Red Brands, right? Of course, Ilana being by nature in the inn has picked up the most rumors. I posted to you, Chris.
Yeah, I've read through them, yeah.
The wife of who? I'm sorry, I just heard Phandelver, but that doesn't isn't correct.
Dendra,
Yeah, fell
the
down.
Oh.
woodcarver.
The competition
Oh.
in town.
The competition,
Okay, now I get it. Thank you.
The wood
who
the
is
woodcarver
no
is
longer
now missing.
competition.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
And by the end of those 10 days, actually, they are completely gone. That entire family is missing now.
Oh, well.
Does Darren have anything to say about
Darren is not too happy, but again, he is very lawful. As in, like,
that? There's no proof.
there's
yeah.
no proof. Not only that, but it also looks like the Denver family just packed up and left. AKA, he went to check out their home, and their clothing was gone as well. So it's almost like they fled the town overnight. But he's not really sure that's what happens. But he also doesn't want. Again, he's one man against a group of people, right? He doesn't.
But there are
want-
several townsfolk who saw it happen, according to Trilina.
I mean, that's rumors, right?
Okay. Can Trilina corroborate who saw it happen?
But when you dig a bit further, you will find out that it's like nobody actually can confirm they have seen it.
Okay.
But everyone
Probably
is very
threatened
happy
in silence.
to blame it on the Red Brands. However, like
Okay.
Trilena and Toblin, they both like they know that they are convinced it's the Red Brands, but because they have a child, they are too scared to do anything because they just fear retaliation, right?
Yeah.
So by the end of these 10 days, you have now spent long enough in this town to know that the Red Brands are serious trouble. Mind you, you're still level 1, I want to point out. You're still like basically commoners, right? You're not exactly, oh yeah, let's go deal with this huge gang of clearly combat experienced people, right?
Yep. More like, oh
Yeah,
yeah, let's
obviously.
avoid them.
Yeah.
Well, for now.
Yeah.
I want to also point out, Kit, you would know that pretty much the only business they're not touching is the minus exchange. They're like making like a wide, they're avoiding Halia like the fucking plague. Nobody fucks with that woman.
I see. I have an idea.
And you also get like you after 10 days you will have enough of an impression to be like, yeah, you don't fuck with her unless you want a dagger to the back.
That's very true.
She's not really threatening other townspeople. She's like fine enough with everyone else, right? But she's very no nonsense. And she looks tough, right? Like she can handle herself. So like the Red Brands are leaving her alone. But however, she doesn't like them either. Like she really doesn't like them.
They're bad for business overall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well.
So and there's one overlap as well that and mind you the way Pip found this out is actually through Carp, the son of Colleen, I believe. Chris, the rumor from Carp, like yeah. So you have that because they're best friends, you know. So mostly you kind of overheard them talking behind the inn. Right? It's not like they really told you that. However, this is also something that Kit would have easily found out, because the children have kind of adopted Kit. So the children of the town are like totally, like, when they're not in school or like helping their families, kind of following her around and just like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing ever, right? So,
Whatever she gets up to, yeah.
and Pip and Carp especially, because they kind of want to be adventurers. Like one day when they grow up, you know, they're gonna be like, you know, as serious, as tough as like as Halia is, you know, and they're gonna go out in the world and do big things like Darren did, you know, like they're gonna be the big adventurers. So basically, almost in like you know how boys sometimes like, oh, I found out something really cool just to like lure you in and be your friend. It's like, oh, let me give you a secret so you like me, right? They told kids also the whole thing that they found a secret tunnel in the woods, but that the red brands go in, but the red brands almost caught Carp. But it seems like they have like a secret entrance that leads underneath Tresender Manor. And by the way, that kid means to you to kind of not go sneaking around Tresender alone on your own too much. Because as Chris said earlier, which he shouldn't have known, because I told him overseas because I'm an idiot, yes, the red brands are, something is going on there where they're hanging out at Tresender as well. So you on your own at Tresender Manor is probably a very bad idea.
I'm just a little stray cat. What are they gonna do to me?
Hang, draw, quarter.
Oh
They
yeah,
wouldn't do that to a cat. What are you on about?
they'd skin you.
Some people don't like cats.
Terrible thing
Yeah.
happens to cats.
So
We're not in
anyway,
Cormier. You're unprotected.
I just wanted to catch up, like,
Yeah.
what was else going on in the town. But I also unlocked all the journal entries for all the, like, standard people who are, like, hanging out in the inn and stuff like that. So if you look at the named NPCs and, you know, just notice something. None, safe, and Umber Chill, bigger ownership, none, safe. Okay. There was something they were not supposed to see.
It's so much information I wouldn't even have caught it.
Yep.
Okay. So,
Maybe also hide the one that says Red Brand Hideout.
yes, thank you.
True.
Haven't seen that.
But we all know
Oh,
where
it's
it
a
is
red-
because Pip and Carp have told us.
Yes, it's on
Yeah.
the Descender Manor. You know
And
that.
it has all the details of how many encounters it has and like everything. So no.
But basically, you come together, and after 10 days, it's the first time someone around midday that Narcillian staggers back into the town.
Completely fucking exhausted, looking dirty as ever. Just in the norm for him.
Well, he made sure you were cleaning yourself up the entire time.
Okay,
But
yeah.
with
Okay, yeah.
freezing water, I want to point
Ugh.
out.
Yeah.
So, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it's 27th.
It's almost green grass.
It's torrential rain, but 10 degrees.
I'm not outside.
I am not outside.
Oh, I'm
Where is
outside.
everyone?
Dry, warm.
Yeah, I don't know
I
if-
want to say
Yeah.
that
What time of day is it?
it's
Midday.
around noon, midday, yeah.
I'm probably just getting. No, I'm probably at the Edemeth Orchard though.
Garael again left 2 days ago, again. So she'll be back later today. But at the moment, like,
Yes.
basically, you're on your own.
Yeah. Yes, I'm probably finishing up and preparing the kids to make their way through the rain to the homes now. So I'm just bundling them up. I need to go outside.
Yeah, basically they just finished like their daily lessons where you were tasked to teach them, and then basically, mind you, you're not as good at teaching them as Ilana
Oh yeah,
was.
it's yeah.
Like, you're better at learning than teaching. Right?
Yeah, the kids by now have very evidently noticed that they can get me going on a tangent really easy.
Yes. Yeah.
And that type of teacher where at the beginning of the class, hey, we can get the teacher talking for half the lesson. Just pitch the right question.
You're lucky if Pip and Carto sneak out. Right.
Yeah.
They also go on full discussions with you on like how they will not need that as adventurers. Why would they need to learn math in order to slay orcs?
Doing your taxes is important, boys.
Yeah. Yeah, and also you don't want to be ripped off when you get all that sweet, sweet treasury gold and go to the inn to buy yourself some food. What are you gonna do then? Huh? You need math.
But basically, like,
don't teach them how to write cursive.
You
They'll never need
full on
it.
like have to you struggle.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. Yeah, I totally understand. Yeah.
But yeah, at least it's not very cold. It's like 10 degrees outside. You know, it is torrential rain. But yeah, so get together. Where you
Basically, if he comes into
yeah.
if he comes onto town and like, well, he doesn't know where everyone is hanging out, so probably Nursing is just going to go to the inn and get a hot meal and sit in the warmth. Although probably the sweat tent was warmer than there, but
If you're passing by like Garael's home, since I'm ushering off the kids, the door is open, so I would definitely see you.
oh, if
Maybe
we would
after
see if we would see you,
And Lana, you were also dismissed early because quote unquote Darren had to go on a quote unquote errand. Mind you, he said it in a way where it doesn't sound like he's going shopping.
Yes, gathered as much. One brief question. In the past 10 days, has she learned any more about the order that he belonged to?
Yeah.
AKA, is it still active? Is he still a part of it? Is he trying to do
He has
something about the Red
contacts.
Brands subtly in the
Well,
background?
what I told you about the red brands, I told you about the red brands, right? So like
Okay.
he definitely like there is a certain jadedness to him where like he is retired. He spent decades working for the order, writing things. There's a certain tiredness to him. Oh, for fuck's sake! Like there's like trouble wherever you go, you will find trouble.
Yeah,
You cannot save
Look
the
hard
whole
enough.
world, right?
yeah.
And he's very much like it's time for the next generation to pick up, you know, the burden of dealing with all that.
Yeah.
As in, like, he will never say directly, but there's a certain like, I've done enough, right? But still, he, in the basis, he's a good person, and he doesn't like that his retirement town is being hassled by, you know, pests like the red
By
ones.
essentially criminals,
Yeah,
yeah.
so he basically went today on a quote-unquote errand. So he is,
Yeah.
yeah. But
He's still involved somehow, but not outwardly showing that he's involved so that he doesn't
but
become a
also
target,
he's
essentially.
reluctantly involved because he kind of is tired of being involved all the time, right?
Yeah.
But
Sure.
yeah, he would have
Good.
easily explained to you what the Order of the Gauntlet is. You can see it on the wiki, like basically the basic information
Okay.
on the wiki. You have that, no problem. He will also tell you that that's by far not the only organization. He will actually tell you that Sister Garael is one of the Harpers.
Okay.
And he
Let
will be
me
like,
find the Shrine of
she's
Luck.
not even very secretive about it because she actually carries the pin on her cloak. Mind you, Andy, you have no idea what the
Presume-
cloak, that pin means.
I'm
She
presuming
hasn't
he tells
supplied
me
you-
what the Harpers is.
Yeah, he tells you what the Harpers
Because
is.
I presume I don't know what the Harpers were up until that point. Okay, interesting.
That's
That's gonna be
knowledge, Andy.
My
and-
opening
yeah.
conversation starter.
But Andy, that's knowledge that she didn't provide you with a book on the Harpers.
I figure. Otherwise, you'd have mentioned it.
Because that would be counterproductive to her goal of like you becoming her replacement priest. So she's basically training you to be her replacement. And you becoming part of the Harpers goes very contrary to that because they send you all over the place.
But yeah, once Andy sees Lion's figure in the distance through the open doorway, I will save your ears, but there's a very loud squeak.
Yeah, you will probably just like come up to her and like drop.
Yeah, Andy's straight up dashing to meet him. Like straight up. She stops like those weird cartoons, like in one just before him stops and just looks as if she's gonna be bowled over by a force of which she stops of which she was running, but she doesn't want to like jump at him. Like she instinctually would like jump with a hug, but she knows he's not very touchy.
No, he's
just
okay
an instant
with it.
stop.
He kind of like stands in front of her, like, and then like with the staff, like pulls up the hood a little bit. He grins at her.
Back! Hi!
And he does give her like a little bit of a bear hug, but then like takes it like only for a couple of seconds and then takes a step back.
Hi, welcome back. You look okay. You don't look half dead. Are you okay? You don't look staff, so that's very good. How are you doing? Oh, I should close the door. Just give me a second. She goes back to close the door of Grail's
So just kind of like flabbergasted, like, okay.
1 minute later, she's back at yours, and
did you lock it? Let's
no.
Go back. And walks with her.
No, I didn't.
Lock it.
Fuck. How are you doing? Fumbling with the keys. How are you doing?
It was something. Didn't get slaughtered by goblins. Good thing. Didn't.
Very good.
See any goblins, luckily, also. No, I mean it was a trip and a half. I don't even know where to begin.
You have to tell us the whole story once we're all sitting together. I hope we can all sit. I don't know where the others are right now. I mean, this takes precedence. This is a priority. We are all going to take time for this now. You're back.
Things here have been going well with you. How are you?
It's been so busy.
You're responsible of the school now? You're a teacher now?
I don't want to be, but apparently it just happened like that. Like, Garel is sometimes, she's so cool. She goes out on her little day expeditions. She literally does what... She goes to find him... Like, I don't know what exactly she does, but she goes out, does some sort of, like, not adventuring, but, like, looking for... I don't know what she does, like, looking for knowledge or whatever? I don't know, but she's so cool.
Right. Are you sure she just doesn't go to the inn for a night and just...
No. She's literally gone, and she comes back, and sometimes she's hurt. Like, I know she's doing stuff. And sometimes she brings, like, these... It's only happened once, but, like, she brings, like, old stuff back. When she finds something.
Old stuff.
Around this time, Anna is coming from the orchards direction.
Yeah. Like, Lana!
Hey.
Widely waving her hand.
Wave. She looks... I suspect she looks physically alright and mentally distracted.
Yeah. Just straight up shouting, come over here! Like, very much a different energy level than she usually is at this time.
Yes. Presumably spot Lion being back. Although you said you're still wearing the same clothes and stuff, aren't you?
Yeah, he's still wearing the same clothes. Yeah, he's just like
thought I'd check. Yeah.
He just had the hood up and like, but nothing quite different about it.
Yeah, she'll head over. She's got what appears to be a rather hefty book under her arm that she's carrying as well with her, but otherwise she's just dressed in her usual clothes.
I presume it's in the case with this rain, though.
Yeah.
It's the richer rain.
It's under her cloak,
Okay, right.
but you can see she's carrying a hefty tome under her cloak. She's not trying to hide it.
In the
And,
background, you can see
yeah.
a kid running through from the minus exchange towards the inn because it's torrential.
Trying to dodge the raindrops.
Yeah.
I let out a sharp whistle that Kit knows this whistle is usually to catch her attention.
Oh,
A part of
Just
me is
wave
gonna
at her.
kind of point at the inn because I'm gonna have to walk past it to come down to you guys. Like point at the inn. Yes.
Gives a kind of
Thumbs
like a shrug, like
Thumbs down.
Kid is
Enthusiastic
probably,
hand
"Yes,
waving,
please
yeah.
get in because it's dry and warm and there's a fireplace.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Enthusiastic
Guys.
hand waving.
I had to
Yeah.
do this for 10 days straight, standing in the rain.
And
Yeah,
Ilana will
okay.
just head to the inn, wave and head to the inn as if to say, like, I'll see you guys there.
Oh, that's cold. Okay, he just follows her.
Yeah. I'll just motion for Kit, whoever she is, to come along. Like once the whistle caught her attention.
hell yeah.
So, you sent a bird? Like Ilana got the bird, but you sent a bird.
Well, not really. Melvir, he got a bird, and I had to speak to it. I assume it reached you guys then?
Yep.
I mean, Ilana told me about it. Yeah, yeah.
I didn't see you guys coming to look for me, so I assumed that you got my message. So
Yeah. Go on.
I was just gonna say, I figured you'd show up if you ran out of food.
That too.
So we gave you about 7 days.
actually, that's a good question. Did I finish all the food?
Yes,
Or-
you finished all the food.
Oh,
And then
amazing.
And then he
your-
taught you good berry.
And then your feet kicked in. And yeah, and he taught you good berry as well.
Amazing. Yeah, so basically he just like gets this sack and it's basically completely empty. Except there is, because he would have
Ooh.
casted it by this morning, 9 berries in there. This is like just gives you the sack with berries, no explanation.
Is I almost overlooked the berries because it's tiny berries in a huge sack.
Yep.
Oh, did you mean to leave this? Like, I assume you gathered those on the way back. Like,
You could say I gathered those.
ooh, fresh berries though. Can I?
I'm gonna insight check him. Did he gather those?
Because
Because he's been missing for 9 days, and that was a loose statement if ever I've heard one.
I can roll deception.
Shinny, contest.
Contest! We need a contest roll.
Yes!
Inside.
Let me get rid of those rations.
Deception, yeah.
Because he certainly didn't gather them.
Well, it's not a lie. Not necessarily.
I mean, there was no gathering involved. You conjured them, definitely.
Produce them.
Produced them.
Yeah,
Good roll.
yeah.
Good
I've been rolling fucking 6s all over the place, 6s and 5s.
Defender wins.
Yep. Okay.
Amazing.
So
So I
you-
did
so
better
you-
than-
You learned something in the woods after all, then.
Yeah, getting berries.
Gathering berries. I mean, it's useful. Especially at this time of year. I'm surprised there's any berries to gather.
Yeah, let me. Some fresh berries. What do they look like or taste like? I take one to snack.
I'm probably just tastes like very like these very wild berries, not really like it's very sweet. It's probably just like honestly a little bit bitter. But as you eat it, you feel very full, like extremely so. as if you've eaten a good meal.
Good berries are full, fleshy fruits that exude a subtle, appeasing scent.
Oh, okay. I mean, I like the taste. Wouldn't make a good tart. It's too bitter for that. But why?
But do you feel hungry still?
Why? Like, why am I full? Is that what?
Yeah. It's.
I mean, Andy, that would hit your curiosity to gather knowledge immediately. It's like, what
Yeah.
the fuck is this?
What is this? Is this a native berry that you found here? Is this like I've never heard of a plant like this.
It's kind of a trick. He looks at Ilana, like, I guess you would call it magic.
Okay.
It's hard to explain, but
Try, please.
Nature magic, presumably. Given the
There's-
nature of your animal messenger.
well,
So-
technically, again, that wasn't mine. Melvir,
Hmm.
in
But
as
you-
much words, basically told me that I wasn't at that point yet.
But you did learn magic.
Yeah, it was like I said, a trip and a half. I had to like sit in this tent, and there was like a large fire in it, and like warm coals, and basically sweat my ass off. And I had to like drink these herbs, like gather these
Ooh.
herbs, and I like half of them I don't know what they do, the other half I know what they do. Let's just say that there's a increased appreciation for the natural cycle. It was
I mean,
weird.
if it-
I will tell you that. I will flat out tell you that it was pretty weird.
If it works, it works. You
But
that. Let me just tell. I'm so happy for you, actually, that you found him first of all, and you know magic now too. Like,
well,
just
that I
like-
really know it is a big assumption.
You've learned enough to be
Channel
able to
it.
control some of it.
It's not really control. It make a connection.
oh yeah,
and
yeah.
Like he described when we met him at the crossroads.
Yeah, sort of. Like what he did there, when he went to our campfire, and made it bigger,
Yeah.
warmer.
Mm,
It's kind of the same. Like he just made a gesture and it happened, but he doesn't really control the flames. He asks the flames and they respond.
oh,
It's like I said, it's weird. I didn't ask literally to a plant, hey, can you give me these berries?
but you channel it. It moves through you, the magic.
It's kind of the spirit
So
of everything
do they just
around.
appear? You kind of conjure them out of thin air.
Yeah, sort of. But it's
So
not.
you didn't gather them.
I did gather them into a sack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trickster that you are. Okay, I get it.
Learning some other tricks that nature
Uh-huh.
isn't
Little
teaching you.
little
I see.
wordplay for you there.
Mhm. New depths to be found. I see.
hmm
Mhm.
But any case, like, what have you guys been up to? Like, apparently
Woo.
Andy is in charge of teaching now. I can
In,
only
in a
imagine
role
that's-
reversal, I know. I've tried to give her some tips on how to teach kids, but
Yeah, I don't know
um,
how you manage it.
Lana would also know the truth of, like, that Andy's over it, like, over her head. Like, it's way over her head teaching kids.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. Like, she heard
Yeah.
it from the kids in the village, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And mind you, the only reason why Garael is better is just because they're too afraid of her, because she never laughs, right? She's
Hmm.
very serious.
She's
very
She's the
tense.
strict, serious teacher
yeah.
that nobody messes with.
Yeah.
And then there's the bubbly teacher, yeah.
Also,
Yep.
the other
Well-
thing is some of the kids are flat out taller than Andy is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's not really imposing.
I think that Carp, Killeen's boy, is the one who takes it the most serious because he knows that size doesn't correlate. But the other kids are like, oh, she's tinier than we are. Like, what the fuck?
Rude.
Now imagine just quickly Lean as like the Mexican mom always with the slipper, like
Yes.
tiny but
Yes,
but
yeah.
very
Chancla.
dangerous. Yeah.
Oh, it
Yeah.
hasn't yet come to the chancla, right?
Yeah,
Who knows?
you gotta,
Who knows?
gotta whip that out, yeah.
I mean, if they make
Please
trouble, who
continue.
knows?
Sorry for interrupting.
No worries.
Yeah, I honestly, hats off that you somehow managed to do that back home, but. Ugh.
They're a handful.
Kids are kids at the end of the day.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you remember how we all were when we were kids.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Except for Ilana, I guess.
And she has a moment.
I had my moments. You and I used to run off in the middle of the day. Quite a lot.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Yeah.
But, and what about you, kid? What you've been up to?
I've been helping with the mining association.
Oh,
The Miners Association. That was one of the first hints we got when we got to town. What have they been up to?
Mining.
Yeah, makes sense.
so have you been mining?
No. I've been gathering stuff from the miners to take back to the association.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
So what sort
oh.
of stuff have you seen? Like metals, like silver and copper and stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
Gold.
What other? Have you seen
silver,
any
iron.
special stuff?
No, nothing special. Kid hasn't seen anything special. Like the miners that are mining in town are not going that far out.
Yeah.
So you sort of doing deliveries, kind of in a scaled up version like back home? I mean, that works.
Kind of, yeah.
Huh.
I've also
Yeah.
been learning how to like pick logs and things.
What?
Right.
Why?
Well, that's
a
just,
great idea.
That's just what the boss wanted me to do.
The boss, who is this boss of yours?
What locks were you picking? Like door locks?
Yeah, just little practice ones. I haven't actually been
Okay.
picking locks into people's homes.
Okay, good to know.
But what's the goal there?
I don't know. But it's fun.
I mean, maybe it's like kind of like a puzzle to keep busy, like mentally.
Hmm.
Maybe.
Or maybe test how good you are with
well,
your fingers.
I do want, as a reminder, sometimes she does flat out said like, oh, this little box here has a jammed lock, pick it, make it open.
Hmm.
Right, and stuff like that. Or like, oh, there's a
Yeah.
padlock that I lost the key to. Open it.
Hmm.
Right. So like, you know,
Conveniently lost the key to it.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mhm.
Right. Bullshit senses tingling, but okay.
That's fine.
Yeah. So who is your boss? Halia Thornton, I presume, at the Miners' Exchange.
Was that her name, Shin?
Yes.
Yes.
What's she like?
Well, about that. And Kit will do like a little hand gesture for everyone to get a little bit closer.
Lean in.
So the red brands,
Oh.
they wait a minute, I know that picture.
Oh, that's Emily Colwell from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talia.
I love that game. Dishonored. Fuck yeah.
Oh, it makes so much more sense now why they won't fuck with it.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
I want to point out, I forgot to mention a detail. She always keeps her hair like over her ears, like that, right? Her eyes are like in normal light look black, right? but occasionally you would see like some lantern light or candles catch them. They're very, very deep blood red, actually.
Oh.
And she wears a thick layer of makeup. She always wears gloves. So basically the only skin that's exposed is her face and neck, and on that one she wears like a lot of makeup. Not like flashy red lipstick makeup, just like a lot of, powder, basically.
Yeah.
Foundation.
Yeah, badass boss lady.
Thank you.
Badass boss lady that potentially is a drow.
But yeah, so the Reds, like they don't go near her. They don't mess with her at all.
Because she runs the miners' exchange, or because of something else?
That's a very good question.
Okay. I mean, has he that sort of personality? Like, I know Garael is sort of no nonsense strict, and like the kids act that way towards her in that sense. But is it similar to that?
I'm not sure.
It might well be. It seems like there's a lot of different organizations with people in town. Some of which, most of which I've never heard of, but you've got Darren. He's obviously an old member of the Order of the Gauntlet, which is kind of a group promoting goodness and lawfulness throughout the realms, essentially. This might be news to you, but Sister Garel's a member of the Harpers, Andy?
What?
A member of the Harpers? Which is like, Darren described it as a group of people who keep putting their noses in other people's business.
Oh!
But for the benefit of trying to make things better. They're kind of like busybodies. They kind of just interfere in things that aren't necessarily good things.
Makes sense.
To try and make things better. So they're kind of sort of similarly aligned to the Order of the Gauntlet, but not really. It makes me wonder if the Red Brands are here are like part of some other group.
Like a bigger...
I mean, I would have said that Darren would have speculated, but like...
The group she belongs to?
Darren would have speculated that he kind of suspects they might be part of the Zentarim, and he would have explained what the Zentarim are.
The Red Brands are, or Halliers?
No, the Red Brands. Yeah.
Potentially part of the Zentarim network, which is like a network of traders, but also kind of they tend to clash with the Harpers a lot. Just overseeing things being done differently. So yeah, there's a lot of hidden motives for people in town. Why they're not having a go at Hallier, I don't know, but could just be that she has a reputation for not being messed with. And
maybe she's also part of one of these things, and like they're not scared of her, but they're scared of what happens if they mess with her. Like in general.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, if she runs the miners' exchange, which is kind of one of the bigger trading elements to town, and as the Zentrum network is predominantly a trading network.
Yeah, I mean, they trade not just in town. They do not just local work, but you remember the guy that we met outside? He went somewhere else, so connections with outside sources.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they were he said he was trading, wasn't he?
He was bringing
he was trading
shipments,
to the miners' exchange. Yeah.
And Kit, remember, like you saw the guy showing up during the 10 days.
Yeah.
Pick up another shipment to take to Tribor. But it's, again, except for that conversation they had in the back room, it seemed very above board. Like, he takes, like, all the ores and stuff that were mined, brings her, like, backup gold and silver and stuff that she can use to pay the miners. Didn't look suspicious, except that he's very obviously a drow.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, this is something you can choose to share with the rest of your people at the table.
And I shall.
Yeah, I mean, that just points it to being more of a trading network if she's got outside trading happening. It
Yeah,
also
maybe
means she
she's-
might be able to get stuff in that can only come from tribal.
Yeah, she could make. It doesn't even have to be from another group. Maybe she's just an important resource in a sense. I don't know.
Yeah, and she might be someone who they might have messed with in the past, and she fought back and pushed them off, and that's all it. I mean, you don't generally pick a fight twice with the same person, do you? If they beat you back the first time, it could have been.
Unless
anything.
you're pretty stupid, so no.
Wait, did
Yeah.
Kit share now with us that he's quite obviously a drow? Because the first time we met him, he's kind of like was covered.
No,
And
you could see
we
his
did-
face.
No,
It was quite
he,
obvious as
he
well.
was obvious about it. It wasn't.
Okay. Would my biological father have told me anything about drow? You can make a check if you want.
Very superficial stuff. As in, oh, these are the types of elves exist. Oh, and then there's
Yeah.
the shitty bunch over there that live underground.
Have I read
Yeah.
anything about local drow outside of the guy?
No, there's no known local drow.
Not just it is no local in history of the drow.
What do you mean, local in the history of the drow?
No, sorry, words. If there is like I've read like the local general history stuff, right? So
There is no
I-
local history for drow.
like if there's been okay, there's no mention about
No.
okay. Alright. Want to check? Alrighty.
There's also
Would it-
another thing that I've learned.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There's a tunnel towards the manor.
Ooh. That's I'm guessing
Where
not
did
so
you-
good.
Where did you learn about that?
From
Carpet pip.
from a couple of your students.
Who?
No,
Um,
I can't say that.
we can't name names, but I've heard the same thing. They were talking
Huh.
about it.
Okay.
At the back of the inn one of the days.
You know
They
what-
found
you know
a
what sketches
secret
it?
tunnel. But they did mention something about the Red Brands almost catching them.
Who?
Oh, man,
These are
it's so good,
children,
so
to
good.
remind you. Children.
Heard a lot of owls in the forest, but that was a very convincing one.
Smack. I just straight up smack him at the shoulder. Just funny, but not now. I might not be a good teacher, but that's still a child. And those
They-
people are bad.
they
There's
are.
bad news. I-
We
get
will
wanting-
convince them the error of their ways.
Yeah. I get not wanting to give over confidence of whatever rumors you guys are hearing, but safety matters first.
Maybe in
Yeah.
your next lesson you should like start with stay away from dangerous
Yes,
people.
that's a great idea. It's all good and well to go poking your nose, but expect it to get booped if you poke too deeply.
During this whole conversation, Tobin was kind of like shifting things around and carrying things in and out of the room and helping like in the back with his wife, right? Like lift sacks and stuff, and then like he's now down. He's like, oh, the four of you, Ilana.
Yeah.
I was today at Elmer's, and he told me if I see you,
Mhm.
like all of you, what a coincidence that you're all here. That's great. That he asked me if you can if I can tell you if you could go to him because he needs to ask you something.
Okay.
It's about
He
his
didn't
dwarf
say what.
friend,
about.
Gudrun.
Oh.
It's about
And you
Gundren,
realize
okay.
it's been 10 days. You haven't.
Yeah,
seen him
completely.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he completely forgot
11.
about him.
11.
11. Don't forget the first day we were here too.
Oh,
Yeah.
true. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
been 11 days.
Yeah. Complete. Oh. I.
Kind of like
for-
they're suddenly just like kind of blinks, like, oh wait.
Yeah, has it really been 10 days already? So quickly.
You guys should have really checked in on that.
Checked in on
Excuse me?
Hey, I was out there.
Yeah,
Understandable, but also.
That somehow excuses you?
Yeah.
It does.
You just came into town, that could have been your first stop.
It was raining.
Yeah, it was. You're not wrong. Haven't you just spent the last 10 days in the rain?
Well, actually, yeah.
5
Wow.
minutes more. Yeah, we'll tell Toblin that we'll head over after lunch, presumably.
Well, and then he will come over and be like, okay, then what's your orders?
Oh.
Oh,
I got food back there. But I can also like make it a 1-day thing. Okay, yeah. I can
well,
pay
my
for that.
food, my food's
Yeah.
covered, so I will order whatever I've been ordering for the last 10 days.
Yeah, it's
Probably
all
the same
basically-
thing.
No, it's whatever has been cooked. Like you get a portion.
Yes.
Basically.
Yeah.
Like Narcissus will just get a drink, like a cider.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's,
Andy's not hungry either because she just wolfed a berry.
True. Yes. Yes.
Do you guys want a berry?
Kit is like pointing at her mouth. Food.
Yeah,
Give me-
no,
You mean?
maybe save one of those for tomorrow morning.
Well,
possibly?
I made them this morning, and they kind of
Expire
degrade after one day. Yeah, they get real
After
bad
a
real
day?
fast. After
What time? What time do you make them?
this morning.
What time?
Ooh. Can I
6.
pocket one for tomorrow morning?
Yeah, if you eat it before 6, you should be fine. Afterwards,
I'm
I-
up at usually 4:30. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm usually up
The
around
gorilla
5. So.
drives me early.
Did Kit in the meantime sneak a hand into the sack to get one of the berries?
You know what? Might as well.
she didn't have to she doesn't have to sneak. He's just like
No,
offered it
but she
to
just
everyone.
does it out of fun.
Yeah, right.
It's
part of the
Let me-
thrill.
Let me wait.
Oh yeah, she's gonna do the thing. Where we go? Normal roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yikes.
How many do you take?
Just the one.
Okay.
Comparing it to a cupcake.
So Kit is,
Which is good.
is also very full.
And I'll have just the regular usual because it's included in my stay anyway.
Yeah, I would say you would have eaten like while you were talking. So,
Mhm.
um,
Sounds good.
so you're done eating and you guys can head over.
Mhm.
And it's not that much of a walk too.
No, it's literally around the corner.
Yeah.
Next door.
Ilana's gonna take her book back upstairs and secure it in her room. And then she'll come back down and be ready to go.
As they're walking out, like Narcissus will walk next to Ilana and kind of like does like the elbow thing. Like you didn't like tell what you were up to.
Ah, you noticed.
You're a wizard now.
Not sure I would go that far. I'm learning. But yes, like you, I have been able to make things happen.
So you could do it at the end, right? While he was
It
like,
turns out that it's very logical, very formulaic, and so very easy for me to learn.
Exactly all the boring things you're good at.
Yeah. Yeah. You won't
Knew
be
it.
saying that in a few minutes' time. And she will wait for them to cross, keep the conversation going, obviously just small talk, but wait for them to cross to where we get to Barden's provisions. And everyone else's cloaks are dripping wet because of the rain. And she'll use prestidigitation to kind of warm her cloak up to try and dry it off quicker. So that by the time they are basically inside for a minute or two, her cloak is probably dry.
Relevant question.
Yes.
Since Andy most likely, it's for Chris, since Andy most likely occasionally saw Alana during the week to 10 day, did Alana show off any of the magic, and what did she show off?
She would have told you about learning, like, essentially formulas and histories and theory and all that kind of stuff, but she wouldn't have actually shown you it.
However,
Nice.
I think that this is like one thing that you guys have like really in common, because like Andy would have loved to talk about the theory and the differences between
Yeah.
the magic she's pulling from and how it's like when it's arcane casting. So basically, Andy would be very aware of like the differences in how magic works.
Yeah. And Alana's been more than happy to talk about all of the theory side. She's not actually, like, when she casts prestidigitation, it's not something that's obvious. She's kind of muttering something, or she'll move in a way that makes it inaudible for anyone else to hear. But she's very subtle about what she's doing. It's almost like, unless you are just staring at her, paying attention, and she's not going to extend the casting while you're looking at her. So she's only doing it when people's attention is diverted, essentially.
Nice.
But eventually, you'll notice that you guys are standing with your cloaks still dripping, and hers is not dripping.
Kind of like an eyebrow raise.
Ooh.
Right.
Oh,
Smile and a shrug.
this is the thing that you told me about. Yes, I remember. As I wring out my own cloak.
Yes. It has many uses. It's the first thing most wizards tend to learn, because it helps them to learn and control many different aspects of magic. So yeah, it can also make food taste really good.
That is the most useful thing I've ever heard.
Yep. So those hardtack rations you've got that are super cheap, yep, those are easy food.
Sounds
Easy.
perfect.
But yeah, so you
But otherwise, we arrive. What
as
does Almar have
usual,
for us?
By the way, I also forgot that both Ander and Fizzle kind of gave up on hitting on Ilana, because throughout the day, 10 days, they tried to show up every evening at the inn. And
She would have encouraged them. She would have talked to them in the meantime, just to point that out.
but,
She's not frigid.
Yes. Ander
Yeah.
seems to have started kind of getting a thing going with the daughter of the line shield caster.
Not a phase mom girl, yeah.
Mingy.
Okay.
Mingy, so he's like, they kind of semi-secretive about it, not really. But from what you've noticed, Ilana, because you've seen them the most,
Yeah.
she seems to just be using him for the time being. Like, he's like super into her, and she's like, yeah, I don't really have any other choices, right?
Yeah. Was this Ander, did you say?
Ander, yeah, the ginger one.
Ander. Okay.
It seems like even
And what-
she doesn't really want to lead Fizzle on, because Fizzle is kind of like the good-hearted, you know, he's like a Larrabee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the girl's name? The daughter of the coster?
Mingy. You have it in the
Mingy.
you have it in the
Okay, I'll dig it out,
NPCs.
yeah. It's just so that I can check it later on.
Minghee. Mingy Greywind.
Since our last derby was a fucking assassin, should I keep an eye out?
No,
If he's like a derby.
No.
Yeah.
I meant in like derpy, but
I know.
kind. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So they as usual give you like a greeting. It's like, oh, and then they comment on like, oh, you're back to like, Narcillian. But they're as usual. They're clerks. They do the hard labor in the at Bartram's provision. So they go about their own. And Elmar, as usual, is very welcoming to all of you.
Wait, most important question: how's Matteo doing?
I mean, you don't know yet.
He's in the stables.
He's in the stables.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check on Matteo.
I mean, we walked past stables. You could have
Yeah, we
poked your
walked
head in.
past the stables.
I mean, he looks fine. He is standing there and chewing. And he seems to have forced the horse into its own corner.
Good boy.
That's
So
my
he's,
boy.
like, taking up the majority of that box of the stables.
Yeah.
The horse is like,
Yeah, even though he's smaller.
Yeah,
yeah.
Just the
Yeah.
force of energy from him.
But
Yeah.
basically, he's like, "Oh, I'm so very glad that you're back. I didn't even notice. I was so busy. But Elmar, Gundren has still not shown up, and his brothers haven't come back either yet. And I'm a bit worried that like the weather was sort of hit and miss, and there was like a lot of rainfall. Maybe he got stuck on the way here. So I was thinking like, if you kids have nothing better to do at the moment, I would pay you like 25 gold to take the donkey and just go up to the tribor to see along the road if you can maybe see any hints, and just like do like it's basically a back and like all the way to the high road and then back to see if you see any
So he
traces.
never arrived from Neverwinter.
No, he did not. And his
Okay.
brothers, they were supposed to be back any day, but they haven't shown either. So I'm
Where
I'm
were
kinda,
they?
Well, they were out.
Were they
wherever
also
they were.
Neverwinter?
No, they
Oh,
were
no,
out
they were at
where they
Locally
were,
digging.
Yeah, where they were finding. I don't know where
Okay.
exactly. He was very secretive about it.
I mean,
Okay.
I'd have to see when Garael comes back, but I'd happily go. Yeah, see if. I mean, I don't know what you guys are saying, but.
I'm unexpectedly free as of today. Darren is away on a trip. That's all I know. So I'm not going to be doing anything right now. 25 gold total to pay us to go and find this out. Yeah,
just
okay.
and you're not even supposed to go all the way. Like basically, just go along the road
To the high
and
road.
see if you see anything.
There's
and
any
if they're-
sign of
If
anything?
they're
Yeah.
stuck, just take Matteo with you for additional like pulling capacity.
Okay.
But basically, that like he's gonna pay you when you get back.
And
Shinny, do I know when I can expect Garael to be back?
Yeah, I told you today, like later.
Oh, okay.
She's
Sorry.
only gone for
Okay.
a day, but she'll be
Yeah.
back later.
Awesome.
yeah.
Awesome.
And how are we supposed to wait there for him if he doesn't show up?
Well, like I said, so the job is to go along the trail to see if you see any signs of him having gotten stuck. If you don't find anything, just return,
Okay. Yeah.
and you will get paid either way. He just basically, because Fissel and Ander are like busy, he cannot like spare them to go for a 2-day round trip, basically just to check along the road.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
we
all
can-
for it. Yeah.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. And obviously Gundren originally hired us, so we were hoping he might have more work for us once he got here, but... So that's in our best
basically
interest
his
too.
basic worry is like, oh, the streets get the tribal gets very muddy when it's this much rain. Also along the passes where there's like the mountains and the hills are a bit taller, it can very easily happen that there's like a mudslide as well barring the road. So maybe it's as simple as like, oh god, they lost a cartwheel or something on the way.
All right.
Wouldn't be the first time that like a wagon had it happen. This is
Yeah, sure. We can go and check. And you want us to take Mateo with us?
Yes, just in case there's like
Just in
additional
case we need
muscle
to pull
needed,
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, it's certainly not going to get that from me. And she'll...
And because
Same here, yeah.
in the end, the mule belongs to Gudrun. Also, he's kind of scared the horses.
Yes, we did notice he
You're
was taking
scared
up a
of
little
horses? Or do he scares the horses?
bit. He scares the
He
horses.
scares the
Yeah.
horses,
Yeah.
The horses
I know
are
we
afraid
small
of him.
things can sometimes be very scary and very understandable.
Yes, and he kind of looks at Kit. Yes.
Don't even know about.
But yeah, basically you'll
yeah.
get 25 gold.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, set out in the morning then. Yeah, we'll do that. No worries.
Excellent. And he sends you off. Server ban.
Find Gundren Rockseeker, a piece of parchment.
Awesome.
And I think this is where we're gonna call it.
Yeah, good point.
Mm-hmm.
Because we went already almost an hour over time.
You mean we're finishing on time?
Or finishing in 10 minutes.
Sure.
Well, before we completely call it, let's talk about favorite moments. Oh, shit.
My favorite moment, honestly, there was a lot of good stuff here, but pretty early on, there was one thing that really stood out to me, which is when Alana and Lion had their little solo adventure with Darren, and they exited, and there was just a quiet, did I just convince him to teach me the math? Like, it was so adorable. Like, the quiet one, that it was so adorable. Sure. That moment was so good. I love that. Such a character moment.
Well,
I think my favorite moment was probably toward the end, just where a lion came back into town. Andy's reaction to seeing him. Ilana's very punctual, yes, but I've got shit to do.
I'll be right back.
And then Kit's like, yes, definitely, it's raining, let's get to the inn. And we all kind of reconvened back in the inn after having, we grew up together, we're childhood friends. We would have spent some time apart in all those years, so it's not like we saw each other every day anyway. But this was our first kind of reconvening, and things. I just got in my head the picture that Lion seems to have changed the most. For Alana, she seems almost pretty much the same. There's not really a huge amount of difference. Andy's pretty much the same, but learning a lot more than she ever used to. And having sudden responsibilities, which she's coping with. Kit is Kit, which shouldn't be a surprise. But yeah, just the reconvening of the group in a nutshell.
Abel?
Definitely my favorite moment was that Andy basically is running up and it's like, oh shit, I need to close the door. Closing the door, running back up again. Did you lock it? No. And running back again, locking it. As a fellow person who would forget his head if it was not screwed on, I really like that. That was basically it's like, oh shit, run, okay, and then it's excited to continue, but then it's like, oh shit, wait, actually, yeah, I should lock it. Yeah, I really like that moment. It felt very genuine.
Is Matt back? Not yet. Those were all my favorite moments too. So I'm gonna just double back on that. I also liked Kit going, no, come all a bit closer. I need to tell you something about Halia, right?
Hmm.
And like waving
Yeah.
closer.
Bet.
Yeah. So that was like on top of the other moments, one of my favorites. Like a kid going like, shh, come close. I need to tell you about Halia. So yeah. Matt, what was your favorite moment?
I enjoyed learning about how I can possibly fuck over the red brand.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I also just remembered a kid arriving naked in town. Definitely a highlight.
Yeah,
Nice.
with
And not,
a
and not,
fucking
I just love this whole thing. I want to say, like, I love every single one of you, like, with, you know, how Abel, like, Nasilian has this, like, whole shamanic, lost in the forest, you know, doing things, like, he doesn't even know what he's doing until he does it, and then, like, oh, this is why I was doing it, right? Like, completely no communication with his teacher, you know, while, like, and then Andy being the complete contrast of that, like, too many explanations of things. Almost, right? It's like, all of the knowledge! It's 18 hours a day, no sleep, more learning, learn, right? It's like, that's like,
Stuff the brain full.
yeah, stuff to play in full. But, like, Darren is somewhere in between, but also, like, kids' teachers, like, here, learn how to pick this lock, because conveniently I forgot where the key is, right? Like, all four teachers are so different.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm kind of like, it's not really a favorite moment thing, I know, but like I'm kind of really happy with myself how I made them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't really,
Definitely.
yeah.
yeah.
Definitely.
Why would my teacher lie to me about
Oh, she's not really lying. She's just will tell you everything.
Conveniently forgetting keys. Yeah.
So that's how I learn how to lie by omission. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My note for also like those days in the forest was just like spend days tripping balls. That's basically what I wrote down.
Nice. Nice. Yeah. But one thing that I shouldn't be surprised with by now, but still is just very, very happy with is that I'm really enjoying the character interaction here. Like Apple mentioned, genuine. Like it's just very. It becomes very authentic. Like the little slinging of muds when we're watching Lion, or the kid just being kids.
Yeah.
Straight up.
I like that Andy is not as angsty as Samira was, right? But
Yeah.
still has that mommy thing, because like when she piped, I was like, those are children.
Yeah.
But she also, unlike a mommy character, absolutely doesn't know how to deal with the children.
Oh yeah.
She has the impulse of we must protect them, but they're absolutely not listening to her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just learn the way of the slipper. They'll be
Yeah.
scared in no time.
Well,
It
and I
has-
forgot. Like in the meantime, one of the things that Kit learned was like basically by imitating Halia, right? Because the children were following her around, and you know sometimes cats get annoyed with like people cramping them too much. So I can totally see Kit going "Meow," and then the kids kind of screech, laugh, running away, right? So Kit definitely got to practice some of the "I'm a cute kitten, don't fuck with me, bro" switch, right? Which is probably terrifying when the kitten goes into serious mode. So I'm looking forward to you applying that, Matt. But
Yeah.
it's just the four different interactions, the four different ways you guys are like learning your classes. I'm really glad that we started with level 0. It's really kind of changed how you start a campaign.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying
I'm-
myself. Yeah.
I'm always an advocate of starting where you get to learn who you are and how you know it.
Yeah.
Because it builds a lot of just general background for you as a character.
Yeah. Usually I'm always happy to start off in the middle of things, just drop me and we just rock and roll on. But it feels so like comfortable to play this way. I don't know how to best describe it.
Yeah. I feel like it gives me a better sense of developing my character of like fears and stuff she might do or avoid that she might otherwise not have done if she just started at level 3 or 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it for the session, you guys. Congratulations on level 1.
Yay!
Yeah.
We survived.
You survived.
Woo!
Let's see if you keep surviving.
Nope.
I mean, sometime in the future we're gonna like. Now it's the Gundren thing, but in the future I expect at least with the mana thing us to be near death at least one time.
Not unless we're well prepared.
We shall
Yeah.
see. One thing at a time.
We'll be
But on that
we'll be
note,
fine.
I think we're done for the day. I will stop the recording now.
Mhm.
Yeah? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.